Starting roughly on time tonight. There's going to be a little bit of work that I do, just making sure that everything has got the quality settings. Oop. Hey, and we're good to go with the transcodes right off the bat. I know I do tend to really drill into Twitch when the transcodes aren't working, but I will say for the past couple of weeks, for whatever reason, it's really been on top of it. So credit where credit is due. Just like the blame when I run around. So some of you may notice that this is a I don't know. I haven't loaded the game. I'm already in it. And the reason I would have actually started exactly at 7 o'clock on the dot, but there's a small problem with Stellaris, I notice. And that is when I go in to do something, even if it's a small action or a little bit of cleanup or something like that, inevitably it winds up sucking up some more time. So I think I had said last stream that I was going to make sure that all the fleet designs were what I wanted, and then we would consider a fight against the stagnant ascendancy. Well, I did do that, and then I sort of got on the path of trying to realign some of my economy. I actually wrecked some stuff too, but that'll be something to deal with later. And before too long, I suddenly noticed that I'm like playing the session, and it's an Iron Man one. So like all that stuff that I do kind of gets like that's not content for you anymore. So I'm a little sorry about that. We'll be a bit more advanced than I was last time. But on the other hand, for those of you who really don't care for the management parts, especially with such a large empire now, this might actually be a slightly better start for you. There is going to be a little bit of maintenance to do, and of course that gives me sort of my lead-in for everybody to come in. But suffice to say, there is less than there would have been with me, with me not having played a little bit earlier. So to be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure how that upgrade thing worked. It seems like most of my ships were actually the right spec. And so it's possible that it was just displaying something different from what the game was actually putting in. But rather than face the potential of a really negative outcome in the form of like transferring all of my ships to an inferior design type. In this case, I'm gonna run with what I've got. Now, as you can see, I sort of said, oh, we've got a new ruler. So we've elected Khalig Six Sheets, previously governor on Kadar Prime, to become the next ruler. The science ship that I had sent out reveals that the Adix Crusaders are actually quite a bit stronger than previously thought. So my plan is this. I'm going to be running in as hard as I possibly can. We are going to lose a lot of ships doing this. But you'll also notice that we're losing a lot of money across the board on just about everything. So the plan here is going to be to just kind of go crashing in, take out as much as possible, as early as possible. And when part of the losses of my ships are going to help me cover some of my costs and whatnot. I still need to figure out where I can remove some of the exotic gases expenses and whatnot. But the plan here is basically I want to, I've been also watching, they are slowly building up their fleet. So essentially I want to be the one to decide when this battle starts. And I think I actually already sent a bunch of ships to, that sector. Let me just double check. So the coast is still building, the Dark Abyss is ready, the shore, okay, so we're looking at 178, the stream is upgrading, the river is already in position, the sail, the core, alright, so I think at this point everybody's got to pitch in. So that means that I'm giving up on upgrades for the next little while, which is not ideal, but in terms of numbers, we're doing okay. If I take a look, for instance, here we got 151k, 150, 143, 127 is one of my weaker fleets. So I noticed that this battle group, in particular this one, this is one of their stronger fleets. If you take a look at the others, they're all sitting around the 120 area. So I think by and large we should be able to carry the day. But I do want to keep, keep that relative strength in mind. And in the meantime, I'm going to do what I can to deal with unemployment. We now have two ecumenopolises, or ecumenopoli. So I think what I'm going to start off with, as is sort of tradition, I'm going to try and cover... I'm actually going to do something different here. I'm not going to worry about housing anymore. In this case, if there is a job available, I'm going to move it, and then I'm going to work out the housing after the fact. Part of this is because now we're back into a world where our empire sprawl is quite high, and then, as I was mentioning, I need to deal with the fact that my exotic gases are very low. So I've got a couple of things that I need to worry about right now. And the ecumenopoli are going to be the last ones that I worry about. So we've got Ublan with 3 jobs. So there's 2 there. There's 1. Looks like Meneth's in the same boat, so... YOLO Mike 216, thank you very much for the follow. This is going to be a little dry at the start, just while I'm dealing. I'm a huge micromanager in this, so I tend to get a little obsessive with my empire. But the good news is I'm going to, oh, you know what? I'll bet you that those jobs on Meneth. Oh no. Let me just double check. Yeah, I really have never figured out how to be content with my... Oh, okay, no, I see what's happening here. That's going to make things a little complicated, but I'm actually going to take the... I'm going to take the opportunity. Oh, I just put them all on Ydra, didn't I? Alright, well, that sucks, but... Also, actually, I'll mention very briefly while I was on, while I was between streams, I noticed quite a few people have followed sort of off the broadcast. So thank you for that. Again, I was feeling a little sorry for myself in terms of the overall numbers not that long ago. So it's very nice to see people stopping by again. Again, here I'm really just filling in whatever gaps I can. All right. Okay, so the empty job on Vanico is a ruler. I'm gonna hold off on that for now. One of the things I noticed that really hurt me when I was messing around with this on another, sorry, on a like one of my private playthroughs. This will tell you available jobs, but you actually need to take the time to... Oh, even here, it's not gonna... I don't think it's gonna break it down in terms of the types of jobs. So yeah, here it says that there's 36 free jobs, but I don't think it says anything along the lines of it being... I don't think it says anything along the lines of it being something that is a... like a specialist job or anything like that. So I'm going to take a quick second here on Sol, just take a look at its job availability. Okay, so they've got a spot available for a clerk. Love this game, but you're stuck to the console edition for now. I mean, the console edition, I was a little surprised by some of the folks in chat saying how up to date it is. I mean, it's obviously the PC version is going to have all of the latest updates. I'm certainly not going to I'm certainly not going to kind of push. You know, I'm not going to pretend it's something that it's not, but I was rather impressed at how quickly it's caught up. This may not be a bad time to mention I was given a press key for Federations and whatnot. I forgot to say that earlier just because I actually had I had a fairly brisk start unexpectedly. So anytime I say nice stuff about Paradox, that probably should always have the big disclaimer about the fact that they gave me stuff. But with that in mind, I actually don't. I really wish I could play the console version. I only just recently got well, it's not so recent anymore, but I've only recently become a console gamer when somebody gave me an Xbox, and I've really been enjoying it. And I did City Skylines, which of course is another Paradox game, but I think the thing I've been most impressed about overall was just the fact that if you sat me down and said, you know, what genre would you think is you know, impossible to put on console, I probably would have said Grand Strategy. And yet everything that I have seen about the console version of Stellaris is that it is a very faithful and really fun sort of translation of a genre that clearly I enjoy quite a bit to a whole new potential audience. I mean, but there's all sorts of reasons to get excited about that, but I think most of all it's just the fact that you know, when I talk about gaming with friends, at least the ones who are not like, you know, sort of switched on already, the people who are not already in the, you know, in the bubble, I think, you know, they'll think of games and they'll think of Street Fighter. And there's nothing wrong with Street Fighter. Like, it's, you know, it's clearly a game that people get a lot of enjoyment out of, and it's a, you know, it's kind of a nice shorthand in terms of people sort of understanding what video games are about. But it does a very poor job of sort of explaining to people why, you know, I might be personally interested in a particular. This is a, you know what? I think maybe I'll just leave Schlemmer alone for. Oh, actually, all of these are... No, you know what? I gotta work... No, sorry. I'm indecisive. I think I am gonna start loading up Mescaban and whatnot. But yeah, anyways, when people have an idea of gaming in their head, it tends not to necessarily be the types of games that I'm interested in. And obviously it's a really high bar, you know, to say to someone, okay, if you really want to understand, you know, how diverse and interesting gaming is, you got to get a good PC, and then you got to go and put this piece of software that maybe you're not familiar with on it. And then, you know, I'll give you like $40 so you can download this thing. And then on top of that, you know, you're going to have this, you know, multi-hour onboarding experience, and you're not going to have any sort of frame of reference from other games that you've played to understand what's going on. That's a fairly high bar. But, you know, being able to go on console, you can just say to someone, it's like, okay, you know, you take your Xbox Game Pass, for instance. I think Stellaris is on this. You know, pick Stellaris. It's going to ask a lot from you at the start. It's going to be a little hard to get into to begin with. But it's great. It's kind of like writing your own science fiction story every time. And, you know, you'll have a lot of fun. And the reason why I think that's important, at least for me, is that I think there's a reason for I think there's a reason why people put I'm gonna have to build 2 Paradise Domes. I think there's a reason people put this kind of time into games like Stellaris, and it's not just like, you know, well, obviously super smart people play Stellaris, and this is why. You know, it's a game for the elite and whatnot. I think it really is a game that anyone can get into. But if you... One of the really subtle but I think very interesting things that I think Paradox has done by putting these games onto console is the fact that now, if you are interested... Okay, so I've got -1 jobs. There's no way that this ruler is ever going to be working on these worlds, so I am going to put them on Mescavan. What was I going to say? So, like, you know... If you're a PC gamer right now, you may or may not get something out of Stellaris. But if you are a, if you're a console gamer, you at least sort of have your frame of reference in terms of what you're interested in and whether or not you might pick up Stellaris along those lines. And if you come to where people are, if you wind up sort of speaking to them in a language that they'll understand or appreciate, then suddenly that onboarding process becomes a lot more, I don't know, straightforward, for lack of a better term, really. And to me, that just means that we have more opportunities for, for interesting games like this to find audiences and moving on, and getting better. How you doing, Spruce Rubber? I haven't actually really played Street Fighter that much. I was playing One Must Fall the other day, so that was good. This is one of the few games that you can sit down and play for hours. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing that I like about it too is that having played so many different types of species, there's still something new for me to check out every single time. And there are not a lot of games that I can say that about. It's really exciting. Now, I wasn't really thinking. I should be watching my minerals carefully because I don't have a lot of them right now. All right, Ublion's going to kind of take care of itself. Sol, it is a tech world. I'll give you your last research spot. Although, again, I still need to figure out where all of my exotic gases are going to be coming from. That's a tomorrow me problem. Okay. And that's going to give him 2 jobs. We'll definitely need more housing. I'll live with this for now. You like Skylines a lot. Stellaris is definitely intimidating, though. Sort of like the idea of chilling with a controller, though. Yeah, I mean, so my whole life has basically been mouse and keyboard. It basically takes a game explicitly saying to me, this game is best played with a controller, to get me to behave differently. Although I'm not as a purist about it. Like, I bought a controller so I could play Dark Souls, and then every once in a while a game comes by and it's really clear that the interface was sort of designed for a controller, and I'm not a purist about it by any stretch of the imagination. I think I built a bunch of hydroponics plants. Well, it's only 4 here, so I think I will go for the commercial zones. That'll kick the can down the road in terms of adding more. Well, now I'm going to have to add another district. All right, this refinery world. Definitely need a new district. I think this might be another one where I kick the can. Well, we'll see what that does. Okay, this world I definitely need to get more housing. So we've got a bit of surplus of food now, so I'm feeling a bit better about that. In fact, let's... I don't exactly need a huge surplus here, so let's sell... that's shift to go up by 100 if you're interested, control to go up by 10. That'll be, a way that I can make a little bit of money on the side. Yeah, so like I've been with keyboard and mouse pretty much the whole time I've been playing games. But I think the thing, you know, there is something to be said about, you know, especially when you play on a couch. So one big thing for me, I think, is I don't really, what's the best way of putting this? Oh, I'm just thinking, there's a few things I'm going to need to figure out on Schlemmer now that I look at it. You know, when I think about my experience of playing console, like at a friend's place or something like that, normally it's like on a couch on a TV or something like that. And the amount of just sort of pressure that takes off of you for, you know, playing something like Stellaris, I think is something that I probably haven't appreciated. Okay, so our housing is minus 46%, so I guess it wouldn't be unfair for me to cut this number in half for a long-term number, but still, that still means that we've got 34 people on this planet that shouldn't be here. So let's say the resource silos are the first to go. Of course, the other challenge here is that I got a lot of specialists, and the specialists are the ones that I actually need to leave the planet. So here's what I'm going to do. I know on Meskaban we're going to be upgrading some of the... Or let me just double check that. No, it's Obasiak. Okay, so we're going to Mega Forges, so that's 3... 6, 9, all right. So I can move 9. I mean, some of them might decay down into regular workers, anyways. But Lily Denham says, "I'm just glad to see that the console edition is getting. I believe it's going to be getting more updates like Megacorp. Yeah, I think it's got a Megacorp now. If somebody was in here earlier, not earlier today, but on another stream, talking about how." Like the new pop system is in place. I could be right. I mean, there could have been a misunderstanding, but Uncle Cranky, 17 minutes to eat lunch and hang with. How you doing, Uncle Cranky? For those of you who don't know him, Uncle Cranky is a streamer. I don't think I'm ever going to convince him to play Stellaris. That doesn't mean he's not worth watching. He's a New Zealand streamer, which means he is now COVID-free, if I'm reading the news correctly. And he is someone who puts a lot of effort into his cast, sometimes without the appropriate recognition, I sometimes feel, but that's neither here nor there. Cranky is definitely somebody who I've really enjoyed kind of having by the channel, obviously less now that he's back in the workplace, but it's been a great opportunity to catch up with him. All right, so we've got some crime, we've got some crowding. Again, we inherited these stations, so this is a whole bunch of nonsense. But I think probably what I'm going to do here, I'm going to get rid of the fortresses, so this will get rid of some of the pressures from the volatile moats. We'll get rid of the resource silos, so that'll give us some space for getting rid of pops, and then we'll move people onto a couple of the Ecumenopolises again. So. The fact of the matter is that we're sort of drawing down a lot of the savings rather than, than improving. So, in fact, getting rid of the strongholds and whatnot, that might be enough to help me do a big migration on its own. Okay, so. Yeah, that's not going to cut it, but... Meskaban currently doesn't have... Alright, so we've got a ruler that will decay, that's fine. These specialists will build into their jobs. I'm fine with that. So Schlemmer still, I need to deal with the population as well as the specialist problems. In fact, all of these are going to have... I think all of these are going to have some storage problems. But I also don't think I'm in a position right now to be able to fix all of them. I'm short on... It's not just that I'm short on minerals, I'm also short on energy credits. And that's actually going to come back to bite me in a little bit. I hope that 2K number isn't true. If it is, I'll start selling the furniture, but... Oh, while I'm at it, we've got alloys. So Mavel is sort of my crown jewel shipyard. So they're still kicking out battleships. What's going on here? Oh, that's right. Okay. So let me figure out my fleet template again. So 1 Titan, 12, 11, 20, 34. Well, we can build a Titan, so that's got to go up at the top. Okay, and then it's cruisers. Well, it should actually be more battleships if I'm building another Titan. Alright. So, all of these guys should be moving towards the... our opponent. Again, I'm a little nervous as far as the whole consumer goods and, you know, all of this nonsense. But I have a feeling these might be artificial numbers. Oh yes, and I still need to figure out where I'm going to get 6 exotic gases from. My guess is that the advantages are going to be coming from inside this system. I think there's a whole bunch of inefficiencies that I haven't really addressed on the planets I've conquered. Also, I completely forgot that Fact has a... Okay, so it's 206. Not my favorite number in the world, but something a lot more manageable. So, we've got Prophet's Retreat, an ideal temperate world with a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere and a resilient ecosystem. Optimal conditions for all known higher forms of life at different latitudes. So, it's at an asteroid belt, so plus 10% minerals from jobs, bonus mining districts, and it's a holy world. This planet is considered sacred by a nearby fallen empire. Colonizing it will anger them greatly. Well, one, we're about to start a fight with them, and number two, we are the chosen. So... I think it's time that we colonize the Gaia world. And you might say, why in God's name are you using your robot species to, you know, to colonize a world like this? And really, the only reason is because the post-meta Jomar are great, and I want to see them flourish in the galaxy. So this is going to take a little bit while all the ships move in. I think at this point we'll just speed things up.
Knowledge
now,
is the key to the
one
universe.
possibility that the AI is going to do when we declare war on them is, like, we might be able to wipe out this fleet. It's entirely possible this super fleet is going to say, okay, well, opportunity, you know, and then just come crashing into Asaniz, which is not great for me. But again, we'll have the numbers. So, new developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. We're starting to suffer some of our expansion. So let's say energy weapon damage, although I could use the energy credits, it looks like. And then we've got defense platform damage plus 10%. Cross-linking weapon systems to fire in staggered volleys improves the actual damage output of military stations over time. And for that, let's say strike craft damage. I am also a little curious about the Trumzoyum. This is on their capital world. Where is the skull? Yeah, right there. It's a friendly looking thing. It has got the Neutron. Oh, it's a planet killer! Aha! Well, we're not going to let them use that. I'm assuming unemployment's still exploding across my worlds. It's not as bad as I thought. It'll give me something to do while the fleets go into position. One thing I could do to improve my overall economic position would be to get a little bit more security on my trading routes. But obviously I'm going to be using my fleet for something else. It's honestly part of what I'm doing here is just trying to grow my way out of my problems. Interdimensional trade increases. The Mirror Dimension Jomar Limited reports their economy is booming. Contributing factors mentioned were our portal trade as well as recent victories over the warp beasts. How can you have unemployed robot people? Oh, it's easy. I mean, my robots are perfect immortal machines. These guys are they're probably smarter than most of the people in chat. But even then, like with these things, they take up energy. It's the biggest worry about these, honestly, is the fact that they represent resources which could otherwise be used. So Ublion's gonna have to get some attention. Okay, so I should have 6 specialist jobs coming online in a minute. That'll be another 3, so let's could have sworn I had more unemployed specialists. Ah, they don't count. All right. That's funny, Uncle Cranky. I can't remember when this happened, but one important thing here is that the Cooperative of Menjusana is now smaller than me, so whether I invite the Nebarites to be vassalized or whether the Cooperative of Menjusana is the one that I wind up declaring war on, we won't be able to do that until 6 years from now. Somebody's getting subjugated. But again, that depends on how much of a fleet I have after these adventures. So Ublion, it's all administrative parks and offices. We do have a bit of a surplus for... Oh, that's right, but I don't have the minerals right now. And as much as it pains me to do so, I'm actually going to sell off some of the alloys. This is just to make sure that I'm keeping a decent treasury. Although, with that in mind, I do want to make sure that I'm still on track to getting the appropriate... so where were we? Bunch of battleships. Right. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2... So eventually I'm going to peel off one of those Titan fleets and sort of move them towards one of my other bases that are that'll produce the battleships, but right now it's all sitting in Mescaban, so
construction completed.
I'll make it work. All right, what are we looking at here? These guys, I'm assuming it's probably a bunch of hydroponics plants coming online, which is good. And what are we looking at here? So we're pretty much ready to start the party. I figure we will go in full strength. No point in
research concluded.
Back. More aggressive information campaigns improve the populace's receptiveness to edicts. Yes, there's also something important that I want to do before the war starts. So we're suffering under a lack of administrative capacity. We'll take administrative cap 15. And I will slow down the game a little bit when the time comes for the war. I just wanted to try and push this all through. So, wow, we're at -10 for exotic gases already. I'm going to need to figure out where the leak is. Right, Meneth doesn't have the housing yet. Looks like I'm going to need to find new jobs for some of these guys on... Let's maybe start using Obasite to draw up my surplus workers. The good news is that now that some of my ecumenopoli are getting full, I can do the final stage and shift over some of my worlds which are generating robots and get them to produce other things. I have a feeling, though, that's still going to take us a while to get realized. Is everybody in position already? Cool. The coast here. This is a little misleading in terms of its overall position, but something for me to deal with later. Okay. The Echoes inside is not within my borders, so I'm not too worried about that. Let's go to our edict. So, unless it's exotic gases, I basically want to activate all of it. We're almost at our cap for influence. Speaking of, actually, let's just see what we can get away with in the... Oh no, I've already done Building a Better Tomorrow. I did that off cast. Sorry about that. All right, moving right along. So focusing crystals will boost my energy weapon damage, and I've got 2.7 rare crystals, so that's kind of half of my stockpile, but I think that's worth it. Now, volatile mote's 6.7, so I've got a little more flexibility with that. So armor hit points, explosive weapons, and volatile ammunition. You know what? Like I said, it's half my stockpile, but I wasn't using that for anything anyway, so... and we won't use the exotic gases. So we're as strong as we can get. The music is swelling up. I think it's time that we let these fallen empires know that the galaxy no longer needs them. Submit to the faith and save your souls, post-meta Jomari. It is not too late yet too late for you.
This is a declaration of war.
Finally, we will measure our strength against machines in battle.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Oh, and we've got some tech, so... Increasing the speed at which fighter pilots can process and act upon enemy positioning data elevates strike craft a few steps up the food chain. So here, let's say... I have lots of options, really. Let's go for attack speed. Gotta go back to work, have fun subjugating all known sentient species. Oh, what kind of empire am I playing? Sorry, Lid Denim. This is a megacorp. So, and there's a backstory for these ones. So, governing ethics were fanatic, xenophile, and materialists. Our civics were private prospectors and public relations specialists, although we did eventually adopt free traders. As I mentioned, it's a megacorp. And then the species has undergone a few changes. So we are currently the post-meta Jomar. Apparently we do have a couple of meta Jomar still kicking around. I guess I should upgrade them to proper machines. But the story of the Jomar were, to whom it may concern, congratulations on your new appointment as CEO. I'm sure your education at insert educational institution has prepared you for many exciting and diverse challenges. You'll be expected to call on it immediately at the helm of Jomar Limited. The planet is clear boilerplate with security and HR for final draft. We expect this to occur within the current generation. Think to the principles of the free market as our founder did, and I am sure that you will see this enterprise through. Sincerely, your predecessor. So we went with the Doomsday War. This was actually the playthrough that we started when when Federations first came out. And as soon as I saw that there was the doomed planet start, I knew I had to play it. So this was our original homeworld, and the idea behind this was that the society had organized itself around a mega corporation, and that it wasn't necessarily a dystopian megacorp like you tend to see in a lot of science fiction. They could be well-meaning, but maybe a little short-sighted and not particularly good stewards of the world that they were given. And that the executives didn't necessarily know what the problem was, but they knew that the CEO job seemed uniquely stressful and not something that they would want to do. This is, of course, why private prospectors and public relations specialists were the civics, because it's the whole idea that they've done a very good job of making sure that everybody's meeting their quarterly targets, and nobody's thinking too hard about this issue. So again, looking at the stress of the CEO, nobody in a position to know better really wants that job. And the idea was that the first leader was this particularly ambitious Jomari who had just recently gotten out of business school and decided to apply for the CEO job of the megacorp that runs everything. And for lack of other options, they were given the role, and that is effectively, they're given this very pat kind of unhelpful letter from their predecessor who's off to enjoy whatever resort world they find, and is left with 50 years in which to try and save the species. So we actually managed to, we made it to the first planet we could. We definitely had trouble. So Mavel was the one that we ultimately, actually I think Yidro we might have colonized first, but Mavel was the one we ultimately decided as our capital. And I think we got it within a couple of months of the planet finally blowing up. But needless to say, we are, we'll protect our interests in the form of these guys aren't too fond of our robotic forms. So we're probably going to suffer quite a few losses on that. Oh, I got an achievement. Clash of the Titans. Defeat a fallen empire's Titan fleet with a Titan. Cool. All right, let's see what the Butcher's Bill was. So we lost a destroyer, a cruiser. So this is normally the time I'd sort of retool my forces, but if you look here, it looks like they're actually already on their way to the next step. So I'm going to anticipate that, and we're going to go straight for the next base. It means that we're going to suffer some pretty heavy casualties, I think. Actually, it looks like the Titan... I don't really want to lose these Titans. You know what? I think we are going to just park here for a little bit. We'll at least see what their moves. We'll at least see what their moves are. I do think, though, they've got like 500 strength. Yeah, the garrison's not that strong here, so. And looks like they're actually heading straight to Miram. This would have actually been really good to intercept them here, but I think facing them with a healthy fleet is probably the better choice. I know it's going to take a while for this thing to come back online. I am curious, though, what their plan is after they move into position.
Construction completed.
Looks like they're just kind of floating around. Interesting. Oh, right, so they're reinforcing back there. Okay, that's fair. I might be making a mistake holding back like this, but I do like the idea of facing them with stronger fleets.
Construction completed. Research concluded.
Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. And for this, again, I'm looking for the cheapest I can get, so shield harmonics. And we are turning a reasonable profit on most things now. So I'm gonna cancel the sale of consumer goods. We are actually healing, right? Yeah. So again, I'm a little curious what's going to happen with this patrol here. I thought they were really going to be on like making a beeline for us, but looks like that wasn't actually what happened. Okay, great. Oh, we still have a batch of destroyers. It is not a relic, it is an antique. Just think, it survived this many centuries already, built to last. What can you offer us? We have good workers for you. Good lifters, draggers, pullers, cleaners. Healthy, clever. Give us 500 alloys and we shall send 4 racket pops to one of your planets. Not interested. Move along. Normally I would love the labor, but you've seen my inability to manage my labor force at the moment. So here we're gonna... Oh. 'Oh, I forgot we were working with this thing. The spindly ethereal leg beams of the matter decompressor anchor sputter to life. The spasms and the paroxysms of the precarious station eventually give way to the even thrum flowing energy and particulate matter swept up from the umbra beyond Zulbak's Maw's event horizon. For science. God, this is such a good looking... What? Oh, Jesus Christ. 2,000 minerals. That's a nice little return. Oh, they're gonna try something nasty. I know it.
A new world of opportunities awaits.
So I'll try and take advantage of the opportunities I can. I kind of want these guys to turn around, if I'm completely honest, but... I suppose the good news about this is, as long as I can track where they're going... I can actually eat all their worlds, and then it won't matter. Yes. Okay, this might actually be an opportunity.
Analyzed.
So that we only really lost one corvette on. So that should be an important lesson for me. In fact, I'm feeling so confident with that, I think we're just going to take the armies and march them straight to Myrum. This is a little dangerous to do with my Juggernaut, but anything that they have in the immediate area is not going to be a threat to it. So we have Scepter Space with a strong scanning beam of the Surveyor Relic, and a previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on Sol 3A. Okay, so my guess here... Oh no, they're going after an ally, of course. The agreement that we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we offer? We would like to extend the deal, although I'm going to need to find... This always pains me to do, but... speaking of, I think I said I was going to keep an eye, so 14 here now. That's not actually right. But here's what I'm going to do. So these two battleships go away. So now we're going to take the coast. And I'm interested in the shipyard that has a training. Okay, so S-Mike. Either S-Mike or Quiet Dark. You know, Quiet Dark's a little closer. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take the coast. We're going to put them in Quiet Dark Station. And they're going to start making cruisers and whatnot. And that way I'm going to be able to spread out the work of my shipyards a little bit better. Looks like we lost a Titan at some point, or we gained additional capacity for one. So I'll build one there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so that's 12 battleships. I pretty much automatically put the Titans at the top of the queue because they just take so long to build anyway. So that'll take a while, and then I think we'll just start the 11 corvettes here, or sorry, cruisers. And we'll throw in a couple of destroyers for good measure. So there's going to be 20 in that when the time comes. So that does throw a little wrinkle in things. I'm kind of curious what they're going to do. All right, so they're going to keep eating up my allies' territories. As a whole, I think I am okay with... I think I'm okay with that.
Our forces are making planetfall.
So what I'm really curious about is what they do after capturing the system. If they just park themselves, then this is my chance to claim the remaining systems. Okay, we're doing surprisingly well. To a point that I actually feel a little suspicious about what's going on. Also, where did my armies go?
Red alert.
Oh,
Spaceport
they're fighting.
under fire.
All right, that's fine because that's the
Knowledge
Juggernaut.
is the key to the universe.
Again, losing a Corvette isn't the end of the world. This we didn't lose anything. Now again, the bill for this is going to come due when their super fleets come back. But if I can deny them their bases, the ones that will allow them to build new ships, that's a huge advantage, and that means that I sort of get to take them on at my leisure. Restructuring the managerial web linking core worlds to the capital can help alleviate the administrative stressors and information choke points that frequently arise in a budding empire. Army damage, edict duration, army health. Oddly enough, I think the proclamations are helpful here, and circulating excess heat from weapons discharge in order to prime munitions as they are loaded increases the rate of fire of strikecraft weaponry. And we've actually got a few things that I can get away with. Now I'm going to hold off on dark matter propulsion right now. That would be great, but I have a feeling that we're going to get even more research towards that. So for now, I definitely don't have the same need for minerals like I used to, so let's say explosives. And do I go crashing into, well, yeah, there's not that many I know I'm going to lose some ships, but this is worth it given the fact that we're going to take a big base. We might even take out their doomsday weapon. Nope.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
I might be late in protecting this system. Yeah. I might have made the wrong call here.
War report. Enemy planet secured.
Okay, good news. Here I'm gonna go... It's a lot more likely for me to... Oh, this planet's being colonized. Okay. I am gonna move the armies back a little bit just in case they do reclaim this world. I have a feeling because this is the capital, the Sky Temp... Oh, yeah, that's a big garrison. All right. I'm gonna have to work on that one for a bit. All right. After we fight, we are gonna need... So I would prefer to heal after this fight, although it looks like my capital ships weren't really affected by that. But clearly we want to get here so that we can take advantage of the base. And I think the fact of the matter is that with the dark matter drives, these guys are going to be just so much faster than we are. It's a shame, but we'll make it work.
Completed.
So what did Mike build? That was probably a hydroponics farm. Speaking of, we are running short. Whoa, that is a lot that we're... Okay, so clearly buying minerals was a dumb idea after I got that. Say I'll sell 80. I wonder what's causing that. Oh, it's because of the starbase capacity. We're probably gonna have to live with that for a bit, at least until I get rid of, until this war is over. God, this is gonna be a really tough call, because if my fleets come in one by one, staggered like this, that might be worse than if I just have to, you know what? I think we're all going to gather in the Turbic system, and then we're going to move as one unit into Escalion. So again, it's a shame that we're going to lose the station, or potentially lose the station. But it's better than having our...
Red alert. Spaceport under fire.
It's better than having our troops kind of come in single file. We're not going to be that much later. Actually, I'm very interested in seeing whether or not we'll be able to save this. Unlikely, but I don't think we'll lose the system. Oh, no, we did. That looks pretty spectacular. So assuming we don't lose too much on this, this is a big win for us. Because there are not many bases where these guys can go to repair.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
Before I go too much further, let's go down to 50. And yeah, we're paying a pretty heavy price with our energy credits right now, so I need to find a more... Oh, I think we just lost something big. Through hard work and experience, Admiral Wegutrum has developed new skills. All right, let's see what the Butcher's Bill on that was. 4 battleships. Nope, yeah, we lost a Titan. 2 Titans. Wow, all right. So I'm probably going to have to refactor some of my ship production at this point. But that's fine. I can live with that. Let's see if I can afford 2 Titans first of all. 3? All right. This is ridiculous. So we're not going to do any battleships. Well, that's life. Actually, it probably won't hurt me to have a little bit of a rest on my fleets. Okay, so that was a big fight, and I don't believe this station will be active. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's heal up at... Yeah, I gotta heal up at this base. I am slightly nervous about sending the Juggernaut to these. But I don't really see how... Oh, actually this might get scary. We'll see. And then as far as armies are concerned, we should be landing on Escalon. As long as it's a size 500 garrison, I should basically be seizing as many worlds as I can. This is going to take a while to colonize. But yeah, what I want to be focusing on now is taking the remaining systems to make sure that they're, when their fleet comes back, I don't... I don't get caught unawares, or they're not able to sort of rearm themselves. That was unexpected. I'm just gonna... I have a little leftover cake, so I'm gonna just take a quick bite here. Sorry for the sound. This is what I get for ignoring the domestic front. Unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on Uggelsdash. This sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash with both easy marks and desperate recruits. As a temporary solution, we could increase the unemployment benefits on the planet. It will not be cheap, but it would provide additional time to seek a more permanent solution, such as creating more jobs or improving the living standards of the affected population groups. We could also do nothing, but this would likely result in the formation of a significant criminal underworld. So, obviously, I'm not exactly looking to increase the burden of consumer goods. But let's take a minute here. I'm expecting to just see red unemployment all over the place. And that's basically what it looks like. But that should also be an opportunity for us, because that means that there are just more jobs to be done. All right, so this worker's taken care of. Of course, I also have the minerals in order to be able to build the infrastructure that I need too. So Meneth has 4 jobs available. And again, I'm pretty much ignoring how housing at this point. I'm going to say that housing is something that will sort itself out. I mean, it won't sort itself out. I'm going to have to create the circumstances under which that's improved. But I am a little surprised that Meneth still has 3 jobs available, but I'm going to believe what the game tells me. Meskaban has unemployment, not employment. I'm actually going to avoid the 29. I'm going to say the 29 is to absorb the shock of everything else. So my room 1 has a suspiciously large number of jobs, right, because I just conquered it. All right. So this says there are 6 jobs. I'm going to try and believe that. All right, so I kind of just distributed this around a little bit. Okay, this is a little weird to me that Meneth... Oh, that's right, no, because Meneth is the resort world, so that creates jobs as the planet grows. So now it's saying that there's unemployment, but I'll bet you I have a way of fixing that. Okay, so skipping Obasiac because it's an Ecumenopolis. So there should be 8 available still there. Seven, 6, 5. 4. Three, 2, 1. Okay. So what I'm going to do after this is a little bit of an audit of the remaining planets, just to make sure that there isn't any slack elsewhere. But I think for the next step, a big focus is just going to be on getting enough housing on these worlds, because they've had a sudden influx of workers. Okay, Ublian seems to be bouncing all over the place, so I'm gonna not consider that. As weary. Okay, so Meskaban, I think it's a specialist. No, ruler, okay. So that's something I got to keep in mind. Vanico, I think, is in a similar spot where there's a ruler that I'm just sort of waiting to decay. Okay, I did too much, so that's 1 from Saul on to join him. And I've actually forgotten how many Joinham had, so we'll go to Garam for a minute. That's got 5, so... Now, one drawback, of course, is that this costs money. So in a perfect world, I wouldn't be wasting money right now, or like money on this right now. But my general reasoning is that if I'm in a position where I've got sort of a better... If my production is in place, then ultimately I'm going to be able to sell my way out of the problems. And in this case, I'm pretty sure we've just got a bunch of specialists that haven't gotten over the fact that they're not running stuff anymore. So, Sayuvis, ruler I'm not worried about. Meskaban, ruler I'm not worried about. Vanico, ruler I'm not worried about. Bleg, ruler I'm not worried about. The frontier, so actually, you know what? I'm going to deal with this frontier sector right now, because I feel like I should have appointed a governor here some time ago. So let's say... Now, I will admit I'm a little surprised. Glokdor. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's outside of the sector. I will try and get those bonuses in another way. The other important thing now, of course, is that all of the devastation is gone. So at this point, the housing issues that I have are structural. So that's another thing that I need to consider. But before I think too much, let's deal with my housing problems. So that should give us... Paradise Dome goes from 4 to 7, so that gets us a total of 6. We need 12 more. Sorry, we need 6 more. So this will take care of us for, you know what, let's just put 2 luxury residences, and this will give us another 5 jobs. There is actually a side of me that kind of wants to put a stock exchange down, but I think that will ruin me. I might do that at 75. Okay, so I think we said Meskaban had a ruler I didn't care about. Right, and these are all max science, so unless I want to start doing the foundry arcology and whatnot, we're going to leave that for now. Vanico has the ruler, which I'm ultimately going to ship off-world at some point. But no point in spending money that I don't need to. Right, now I've got unemployed specialists, so let's think about how I'm going to use them productively. So I need to get 40 people off of this world. How the hell am I going to do that? So 2, 4, 6, 8. You know what? Yeah. This won't have enough infrastructure to just, well, because it's trade values, so let it be for now. Okay, so this tells me that on, so 3, 6, 9, 12. We'll add another one in for good measure. Let's actually do this on the planet that I just created problems for. I'm also taking advantage of the fact that we're drowning in minerals right now, so this should be the time for me to really make the foundry sing. And in the worst case scenario, I can obviously push ahead with, we'll toss a couple rulers on here so that they can decay into specialist roles. Like obviously, we'll do a little bit of consumer goods. I'll figure that out at the time. But this is really the time to try and make these these alloy foundries sing, because it's not like the minerals are going to do a whole lot for me. All right, so we still have 23 jobs I need to get rid of. These, it's employing 8. Where the hell are all of these workers coming from? So that would get me 16 down. Oh, here's a better idea. So this doesn't completely get me out of the woods. It's a hell of a lot better than stripping out the rest. Oh god, yeah, and then I've got upgrades that I can do to these things too. I probably, you know what, there's a lot more that I could have done to manage this better. So let's go... Actually, this one's balanced out pretty well. So we'll leave that for now. Yeah, I feel like a bit of a clown. Oh. Alright, fine. Everybody gets upgrades. It's not like I needed those for battleships or anything. Gluckdor, what do you... Alright, rulers. And then these are the worlds that we just conquered. Okay, so it was a little bit more micromanaging than I was really planning on. The last thing I want to do here is just make sure that my housing is where it needs to be. So these are two things that I don't really want to be losing right now, but it makes more sense to specialize. And then being able to get more administrative power is something that's actually going to improve my overall ability to get things done. Alright, that's a whole lot of work that world needs to do, but it'll be for the best. Cador Secundus. I was not aware that you were in need of governor. I think I'm going to have to sell my way back to... Well, we'll hang on to it for now. Alright, well clearly I just wasted money. Although with that in mind, I guess I can make a new well... Right, we haven't taken the capital yet. Okay, I will wind up making this a new sector, I think. But not now. So, I'm just going to take a minute here to recap where I'm at. We did a big fight. We won. We're sitting on... We actually have some spare alloys, so I need to... So these are going to be tied up with Titans for the next little while. So 1, 2, 3. That doesn't make any sense. Oh right, no, because it's he hasn't arrived yet. Okay, so we've got 8 cruisers, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 1 destroyer. 2, 3, 4, 10. 1, 2. Okay, so I need another 5 destroyers when the time comes for that. And looks like that battle group is back. So before I go too crazy, I'm actually going to make sure that these guys heal up. That gives me... So I'm generally happy about that because it means that I'm not going to get any nasty surprises in these systems. And that, in general, I'm just going to be able to systematically take on their worlds one by one.
Our forces are making planetfall.
Alright, shield hit points. The basic mechanics of shield chips are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. More dark matter reactors than that, but again, we're going to have a ton of science that that we get off of all of this research, or these research projects. So I think at this point I'm going to carry on as usual. Explosive weapons attack speed plus 5%. Advances in miniaturization allow for more rapid loading and discharging of rocket-propelled payloads. And for that one, thermodynamic yield control. I'm sort of taking the view that the more things I can blow up, the easier it is to mitigate damage.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
So essentially the idea here is that all of that, I do want all of that tech from the people I'm conquering, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense for me to start researching now because I'll have it done before my ships arrive in the sectors they need to be. Sorry, I'm not too worried. It's a juggernaut. It's slow, but I'm going to be able to take what I need.
Engaging hostile station.
Once all of this is taken over, I'm going to park this fleet on the capital world just so that we can bomb out the...
War report. Enemy planet secured.
Ooh, we're a little late, but I don't think it's going to... Oh, wow, they're running... Interesting. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. More aggressive information campaigns improve the populace's receptiveness to edicts. So this is always a tough one here because there's not as much for me to really get. The social really doesn't quite have the same value to me as it used to. Although I guess it did help a little bit with the food. Alright, so this is mine now. Yeah, this doesn't count as mine, so... Alright, that's a little annoying that they escaped, because that's a 200 strength fleet that I'm going to have to contend with. At this point, I think we're going to hang out here. At least until I see them go very far away. Let's again look at costs. So, handful of corvettes. This sort of stuff I'm willing to give up because the Juggernaut can produce pretty quickly for me. It's stuff like Titans that I feel a little bit bad losing. So what I'll do here... Actually, you know what? Against my better judgment...
Research concluded.
I think I'm actually gonna move to Celestial Throne. If they decide to turn around and take my stuff... Oh, rising unemployment on assassin... Okay, so this is... we'll institute the increased benefits. This is, of course, the system that we've taken for myself. Oh, okay. So we. Oh, right. That's because of the research we were doing from the debris. So these generators appear to somehow draw energy directly from dark matter, providing more ship power than should be possible according to the laws of physics. So this was the dark matter reactor from the Fallen Empire, and we're still researching. So, well, that's an unlucky Colossus.
Our station is under assault.
Oh yeah, that's unlucky. We probably would have enough jobs for these guys if given a little more time. Oh well. Resolution has passed. We are actually getting near the top, so I could turn this into an emergency measure. So that'll hit my habitability, but I'm okay with that because I know I can afford it. I'm pretty sure the Colossus doesn't do anything damage-wise, so this is going to take a long time, but actually, you know what, it'll probably...
Our forces are making planetfall.
It'll probably escape before... Alright, we have another Gaia world to our expansion pack. Interestingly enough, this does not seem to count as... So this counts as an occupation rather than something that I own. I will admit I'm a little surprised by that, but... Now here's where I'm going to get really nervous. So I'm going to try and go on Olbers, but again, this is just one... Oh, see, they're already on their way. Crap. We should be able to catch him. Oh, they bamboozled me. All right, we got him. Here. We'll probably lose some ships off of this, but... Divine Posdrock State says, look at yourselves. What is that thing on your face? Some kind of energy intake port? Wait, is that even your face? How can you not see that you post-meta Jomari are an affront to nature? I mean, that's not as insulting against a a robot. So in a past life, we would have had Titans to just blow out the battleships from here, but it's still kind of cool to see all the fighters cause each other grief. Alright, Butcher's Bill was some corvettes, destroyers. We lost a battleship, which is a shame. Oh, Jesus, we lost another Titan. That was unexpected. Okay, at this point I think we do need to... I think I'm going to orbit Sheraton Station. I don't think we killed the Colossus. Oh no, we did. Okay. So the Celestial Throne, again, is going to be something that's hard for us to properly take out. I better hope that I take Zurak in time. And while I'm at it, let's add some more Titans to the queue, because why not? I suppose it's a nice problem to have, you know, a Titan yard like that. We're 15, so 5 more destroyers and then 34 corvettes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. sorry, 1, 2. Great. So when that fleet shows up, whenever... Oh, okay. That's actually already there. So that's where that needs to be. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's do 1, 2, 3. Oh, damn it. So I owe them 1. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to move the title to another shipyard, because it's clear that this our primary shipyard is going to be taken up with Titan production, and I would much rather get myself back on my feet as early as possible. Now it sort of sucks because... Oh no, actually I should be able to... So we'll put a fleet academy up here. We'll build an extra shipyard. Nebula refinery won't hurt either. So yeah, this is kind of me abandoning... this is me kind of abandoning Mavel as something that'll be producing full fleets, at least for the time being. But in general, I think that is the right call. And of course, I've got a ton of unemployment now. Mega forges will be dealt with. Okay, so I'm just going to do the same thing that I normally do. Let's find a planet with jobs. I am slightly suspicious of these jobs on Menges, but... Alright, Glypdor. Keep falling in this trap. I'm really trying to avoid these worlds just because they're conquered. Alright, so Obasiak's got 22. Let's see what I can do with this. $21. $20. $19, $18. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zero. All right, so now I actually do need to think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not quite ready to go that far. Alright, that gives me a little bit to work with. So Meneth's still building its luxury residences, so I'm fine with that. Seuvis got ruler, basic unemployment. Oh wait, that's Vanico. Yeah. I'm a little surprised about Mescaban, so we have more than enough housing, so at this point I need to start build. Actually, you know what? I didn't think I would ever need this, but let's do some industrial arcologies. So that produces 60. Let's just get 3 of those. And then they can stop bugging me for a while. Visaic, we're actually going to have some unemployment problems before too long. So I'm going to build another one of these in anticipation. Also, I might as well just get the alloy foundries down. Cador Secundus, I've got spare space. Clearly one of them needs to be a foundry, so that's 2 jobs plus 3. I've already got a Ministry of Production, so we're good there. Eublion is changing to city districts, so they're good there. On Johnnium Prime, yes, okay, so this is going to be how I deal with my exotic gas deficit. So 5 free jobs here. Then we'll make you an exotic gas refinery. And I may want to reconsider my decision to put this down for alloy megaforges now that I think about it, but I think I'll hang on to that for now. Garam, I can get another 5 free jobs if I need, but let's just put them down for exotic gas refineries as well. Takvan. I will also put them down for refineries because I don't need the extra slot. And with that in mind, I can build an extra mining district. And better still, I can actually convert one of the city districts into a new mining... Well, wait, but do I need a mining district? Well, what else am I going to build? So, and again, that's due to the surplus of housing when all is said and done. Okay, Bleg. Well, they will have unemployment problems, so let's get them... I can afford the 2. Although, no, I can't, because the volatile motes are in short supply. I was worrying so much about my exotic gases that I didn't realize that my motes were also in trouble. Alright, Schlemmer looks like the upgrade... Nope, upgrade's still coming through, but it's a ruler, so I'm not worried about that. 3 rulers, can't be too worried about that either. Although, at some point I do need to figure out how the hell I am getting people off of this... out of this crowded environment. Currently, shortfall of 2 workers, so let's get you... We'll get you where you can be productive, and I'm not going to be... Oh. Never mind. It is a real shame. Why did this spark all of a sudden? Interesting. It is such a shame to see these kinds... Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, so this is an easy fix. Oh, but this is because it's the world I just... Well, that's fine, because I'm going to own this no matter what. So we've got 6 unemployment, so 1, 2, 3 right there. What else are we short on? We're short on food, so let's... but am I selling a lot of food? I am selling a lot of food. Okay. So we don't actually have a food problem, which means... Okay, so that deals with the unemployment, so that's 6 new jobs. And then I need another 5... Yeah. And then I also need to build the infrastructure. So we're very clearly going to get an energy grid down first of all. Maybe a stock exchange. That seems a little premature though. Robot assembly plants, because that'll really piss off the spiritualists. And I think I've done enough for now. I think I'm actually going to hold off and see. I'm going to see where the rest of this goes. Okay, 19 jobs. Wow. Okay. That's a start. God, an auto forge, Jesus. That's a thing of beauty, though. Here we're in a slightly different situation. So again, lots of energy to be found on here. When I get these things running, this is going to be a huge boon to the Empire. But getting everything up and running is going to be a little bit of a challenge. I think what I might wind up doing with these worlds too, just because they're nice and big and they have lots of resources on them, I may actually wind up sort of turning them into refinery worlds as well. So I have tons of people just extracting raw resources out of the Gaia world, and then it's just a whole series of refineries as well, which is probably the right way you're supposed to build refinery worlds, but I wasn't really thinking at the time. All right, well, I think that's going to give me a bit to work with. I'm technically losing a little... Ooh. But that's fine, because these guys are going to be showing up to hurt these guys anyway.
Construction completed.
They actually could not have picked a better time to do that. Although it looks like they ran away. So before I go any further, we are going to enter orbit just to deal with the damage. Dark matter thrusters, I think that's just through scanning debris. These ship thrusters utilize dark matter technology to generate propulsion in a matter that appears to defy numerous laws of physics. Yep. Divine Pawsjock are still mad at us. As Weary has finished its production, I suppose I can get them building a hydroponics bay and a resource silo in the worst case scenario. Yeah, why not? And at some point I do need to consider replacing my my lost ships. So the battle for... oh, that's going to be inconvenient. Our trade route in the Savek system is poorly protected and passes through what has largely become lawless space. An increasing number of pirate smugglers and other criminal elements have been drawn to the system, and now they raid our shipping with near impunity.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Not 100% clear whether or not the base is going to be able to defend that on their own.
Planetfall.
We'll see. With chemical reaction tightly controlled by missile board microprocessors, warhead detonators can be tuned for maximum effect for local conditions at the time of impact. And here we will... Again, it's always the cheap tech that I go for. So this is a little annoying. This was not... Oh no, hang on, this was Divine Pawsjock, so that's going back to who originally owned it. Once these guys are healed up, we will commence the bombing. Now, there is a little bit of a shame doing this to Celestial Throne, because we're clearly going to have some huge unemployment problems. But there's really no there's no easy way around this, right? They've got the Aegis complexes. We're just gonna have to deal. Oh Jesus. Okay, we can't afford these for sure. I don't actually think there's anything I can do in the galactic community to spend my influence. Because I believe I already have a resolution on the floor. Wait, so it says that this is already active. Oh, right. Okay, we're already at major. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is already on its way. Active resolution. Enemy on my enemy isn't. Cannot be proposed. We're in breach of this resolution. Ecological protection has already been proposed by the Greatest Wani. I'm gonna guess that probably... Oh, okay, so I could just say we denounce these guys. Who do I dislike? I don't really need to do this. I mean... Yeah, this will be interesting. So the Zidran Free Traders, they definitely don't like me. I am basically just looking to do something to dump my influence. Actually, here's a question. It's gonna seem so weird that I'm consulting the wiki for this, but I just want to make sure that I don't have... I kind of want to make sure that I don't have... I'm not... Right, so I don't want to do claims because I'm going to subjugate the targets. Not building any new star bases. Decisions and edicts. If I do another edict, that's going to cost too much. Diplomatic pacts. Well, I mean, I guess I could lower the rate, but that still doesn't help. Right, so unless I can do a government reform, and we don't have any... Yeah, so we don't really have any spares. Yeah, it's... I think at this point I either need to accept that I'm going to be wasting influence, or, well... Let's at least make the most. So the Zidran Free Traders are the next highest... this great thing, by the way, with the Galactic Council, I double my rivals. But the next person to show up on the council is the Zidran Free Traders, so we can at least propose the denouncement. So that's at least some influence spent. Major improvements to transmission efficiency adds up to a sizable reduction in overall energy loss. I'm probably close to researching this, but I'm going to try one more push. And actually, let's just do the energy credits again, because I'm going to need them. I'm probably going to have to sell the furniture again to... Actually, you know what? Let's just... Let's just come clean about our needs. Well, I'll leave it at 15k for now. And you are still healing a bit. Okay, so we got 12 jobs available here. Okay, that's a start. What I do think I need to start doing soon is I need to take all of these minerals, and I think I just need to go crazy and produce a lot of extra jobs on a bunch of freshly acquired worlds, because I think it's pretty clear I'm going to be getting into a situation where I need more. I think it's going to be pretty clear that I'm going to be in a situation where we're generating a lot of unemployed pops, and they're not going to have anywhere to go, and that makes me quite nervous. Oh, also, I know what I should have done this a lot sooner. So the greatest Wani polity is actually a likely candidate for me kicking out of the Federation. The Raxar entity, on the other hand, can I even open branches? No, so hive minds don't like corporations. Right, okay, so I can't even open open new branch offices. Alright, this is looking encouraging.
Interstellar debris analyzed. Knowledge is the key to the universe.
More leader lifespan. Again, we're robotic, so it's not like I really need that, but I'll put some extra army health just because my troops are a bit of a precious resource.
War report. Enemy planet secured.
Okay, so at this point we're really just waiting. We're really just waiting to work the Celestial Throne down. This is definitely going to be a long-term fight, though. Actually, one thing I can start doing, we'll add the Juggernaut to it, but I'm going to start building some corvettes and some destroyers, and I need to make some notes. So, well, let's start with corvettes. So 2, 6, wow, 30, 37, 38, 42, what is that, 57. We'll wait till he's in the system because it's going to take him a while, but... Alright, so the volatile motes are coming due.
Planetfall.
I screwed up big time. I wanted them in the area. I didn't want them to invade. We are going to lose this, and we are going to lose this hard. In fact, I think I should just face facts, and we are going to do a big recruitment drive on all of the nearby planets. 3 to 6. Okay, those 3 are dealt with. It's a nice thing about having a nice diverse population, but really just 720 now, huh? This is probably overkill, but S-Mike won't give me anything, but Akamar can. All right. And if I can sound the retreat, I will. But it's looking pretty grim.
Priority alert. We have failed to secure a planet.
Meanwhile, let's just see how the Titan shipyards are going. If I can afford to build any more... Okay, so we're good there. I gotta remember what these guys need. So first things first, let's merge the fleets. So 12, 11, 20, 34... Okay, actually the anchor is ready to go. So we will bring a new admiral online. I'll actually get them... I really don't need them joining the action right now, but couldn't hurt either. So this is generally good news. I suppose the question is now, what do I want the starbase to be working on? I guess I said that we were abandoning battleships, so... It's a head start to one of those new Titans. What can you offer us? We have good workers for you. Good lifters, draggers, pullers, cleaners, healthy, clever. Give us 500 alloys and we'll send 4 racket pops to one of your planets. Say not interested for now. And that reminds me, actually, so... the time has come with all of this unemployment. I'm not going to get rid of the robot factories quite yet. What I am going to do, though, is... I'm going to make sure that planets that do have spare building capacity are maxed out, with maybe the exception of the Ecumonopoli. So these guys have got 4 available jobs. I don't actually want to be chomping on moats yet, so this one makes sense. Belazir, okay, that's fine. Capital I can work with. Let's... Right, that's new administrative office, so that's going to be taken care of. This is the one that's going to be a shame. So I don't have any exotic gases, but I definitely want to see that planet grow. Join them. I mean, they've all got the jobs that they need. It's really just a matter of making sure this stuff actually gets done. Again, this thing is begging for moats. That's a huge problem in my setup right now. I probably should be considering scrapping these hollow theaters at this point. But for now, how am I doing for crystals? Okay, I'm probably skirting the edge of disaster, but this will at least give me some extra jobs. Gaguch. Same story. Anything I can upgrade, I'm not in the right spot for. Alright, so now we actually need to think about what I want to do with this planet. Well, no, I can still... I don't like that I'm doing this, but I am going to kick the can down the road on it. This one I can't afford to. This one I can actually... Oh no, hang on. There's a reason why I haven't gotten rid of that unemployment, because I'm waiting... Oh wait, no, that doesn't make sense, because I'm not going to lose... Okay, yeah, we can definitely resettle these guys. So this one's got a housing problem, otherwise I'd be packing it full of... I'd be packing it full of people. This one has a slightly smaller housing problem. I'm pretty sure that's going to go away. All right, this is a real shame. So this is 4 new jobs that are generating energy, which makes me happy. And then what makes me even happier is that it'll be on an energy grid. What's the last thing I want to do? It does have a research lab. Oh, but I can build another crystal mine, which is a rarity. So, okay. I'm happy with this world, although I'm probably going to need to build another one of these. I'm going to let that sit, actually. All right. Now this I get less upset about because I know, again, I know that I'm constrained by moats. So here we can afford to resettle these guys to the off-world colonies. Okay, so this is a weird one. We've got a bubbling swamp. We are currently... But it says it's a refinery. Okay, because it's... Yeah, there's the well. Okay. Then... This is gonna seem weird, but oddly... Oh, wow, this doesn't make any sense at all. This planet actually makes a lot more sense as a... This planet makes a lot more sense as a research center. No, don't do that. It's just because of the atmospheric hallucinogen. I guess the Galactic Stock Exchange kind of makes sense, but well, now see, if I'm going to make it a science planet, I kind of need to commit to that, right? So, I guess I'll have to find the surplus elsewhere. Oh, no, this is a shame. Okay, so we clearly don't need more minerals right now. And I think we're going to do the usual dance that we do here, which is we build a commercial zone and then we build a new extension. So this one's got to be moats for the next little while. In fact, we'll upgrade that. We'll pay for the upgrade with a crystal mine, just so I can keep myself in the black. Not a crystal mine, a crystal refinery. So then I'm going to need another 5 for the next slot. And then I can build another chemical plant. Then I'm going to need more crystals for the upgrade, and then we build a stock market, because at that point we've got so much invested in our refining. And then I might build another crystal plant. We'll see. But I believe that will eventually deal with the unemployment problem, so I don't need to move them. Profits really? Ah, yes, okay. This is going to be a godsend. This is going to generate a lot of jobs. We didn't figure out what we wanted to do with this planet, huh? I find that hard to believe. I'm gonna leave it. Probably gonna leave this too. So we've got an isolated valley, which gets me an alien zoo, which they've already built. Okay. Here's the opportunity. I'm actually willing to strip out the mining districts and the farms to be able to take advantage of that. This is totally untouched, so... And I don't know why they made this a bureaucratic center, but... Or maybe I made it a bureaucratic center. Before I do... Well... Nah, I got other places I can build this stuff. Let's put an energy grid down right away. But this is pretty much ready to go as far as jobs are concerned. So now I get the fun job of redistributing everyone. Yeah, we'll just go straight. So 23, 22, 21, 20.
A new world has been colonized.
18. Nope, that's going to be a big one. That wasn't that much in employment. That makes me feel weird. Okay. So this is a very high priority for me to get up and running as soon as possible. So we'll build some housing. Let's say 3 city districts. 1, 2, 10. Okay, yeah, we'll go all 17 for that. I might also put some farms down. Are we now we're still selling food. But I mean, what else am I going to do with the planet, right? We've got 3 city districts down now. I've got room for... So this covers me for 34 jobs, plus the 20 that I just made. So... I'm going to figure out where we are at with that. The one thing I'm a little annoyed by is normally I would have done mineral extraction as well, but in this case it doesn't make any sense. I'm extracting material out of a black hole until that number is substantially less than 2K. I don't see how I could justify the move. All right, so why didn't these guys... I'm sure they showed up and I just wasn't paying attention, but... At this point, I think I need to start. As much as I like using the special tool, the fact that it's not distinguishing between sort of specialized jobs and average ones. Now that's surprising. But I don't have the moats for it, so... You know what? That's weak sauce. We can still build a residential arcology. I think it is pretty clear once I've got this Gaia world colonized, though. I think we need to start dismantling our robots. Our robot builders. I'm spending too much time dealing with unemployment, and that's clearly the marker that we've hit the limits of our growth strategy. Which is fine though, because I mean we ultimately eclipsed our rival. Alright, major technical advances combined with improved shipboard routines for handling munitions to provide a noticeable boost in fire rate. So here I'm looking at... guess we're back to kinetic weapon damage. The Waiting World. It appears that this is not the first Meta-Jomar settlement on this planet. A number of facilities and districts have been carefully mothballed and, with a little restoration, will serve our new colony well. But all records have been erased. Possibly this was a smuggler's port or a haven for political exiles. Excellent. Make arrangements to restore the facilities. Okay, research is still going on. I'll wait until we get our. I'll wait until we get the word that all the recruitment is done. Although we've definitely banged up the planet a whole lot. You know what? I did all that calculation and then I forgot what it was. Okay, so I need 2, 6. That's 40. 47.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
52. 67. It's at least a start of some repair. Now again, I don't have a lot of energy credits, but it's nice to be able to keep doing the usual stuff. And slowly our energy credits are going to come back. Part of this is due to the starbase capacity, part of this is due to Empire Sprawl. Overall, I'm going to feel reasonably comfortable with where we're at, but there is definitely going to be this period of time when I'm feeling the pinch.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
All right. Major improvements into transmission efficiency add up to a sizable reduction in overall energy loss. Let's do shields, maybe? Nah, energy weapon attack speed. Again, if you shoot stuff out of the sky, you don't need to worry about having lots of shields. Careful tuning to pain receptors allows soldiers to fight through what would previously have been debilitating injuries. So, more nerve dampeners. And let's say army damage is what I need here.
Construction completed.
Alright. I think that was just my hydroponics farm for Aswiri. Alright. I mean, part of this I just need to sit and wait. I'd love to be building some more alloy foundries, but that's probably not what I need to do right now. I suppose the one thing I could try and do... let's see if I could find a good candidate for... Oh, I'm surprised. Wait, not Mavel. Right, they've got plenty of employment. Let's see if I can find a candidate for the next Ecumenopolis. So we are generating 75 food. That seems a little extreme, especially for a bureaucratic center. Energy-wise, God, this is a tough one, because this would be good. Like, paving this world over will help me, but giving up 6 energy isn't, okay, well, this This is exactly what I need. Really? Oh, it's got to be filled with city districts. Okay. So I shouldn't have destroyed them. And I need to save up my minerals, although I should be able to buy them if it comes down to it. And counter to my normal behavior, I'm actually going to bother to speed up. So realistically, what I'm looking at here, I'm going to need to make some decisions about my
debris analyzed.
My overall shape in terms of my fleets. Actually, let's just take a quick look at how this is going. So we've got 1, 2, 3 cruisers. We've built none. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so I need 6 more of those destroyers. Again, trying to keep as many shipyards running as I can. Oh, I didn't even think of the title here. Okay, well, they're going to get a new batch of battleships when the time comes. Alright, this is surprising. Have we really... So we've been sitting on these armies for a while, it looks like. Okay, that's a little... that's a screw up on my part. Like, the cost of that is really just going to be the fact that the planet is taking more devastation than it really needs to. But, I mean, we've almost bombed the thing to non-existence at this point, so... We'll be sure to meet them with overwhelming force. It's worth mentioning, I mean, like, the width... the combat width is a factor in this. There is going to be... it's not going to be trivial to take the thing... take the thing over, but at this point we'll just use our overwhelming numbers and should be able to see the thing through. It's so nice of the Raxar entity to show up now that the hard work's done. Alright, more kinetic weapon damage. Again, here I'm just going for the cheapest technology I can find, in this case for my defensive platforms. Do you remember when we used to be making like over 2,000 a turn? That was nice. I wish I could go back to those days. That's my biggest cost. Probably the ships. Yes, by a huge margin. Although my buildings are also pretty expensive. I may be able to find some efficiencies there. But even just parking my ships in a station will probably do a lot to save me some money. We should be able to declare war on these guys relatively soon. Yeah, in 2 years. So this little bit of conquest is going to wrap up just in time. The waiting world, shadows in the walls. Our settlers were initially happy to make use of the districts on Prophet's Retreat. Their existence jump-started the colony, but now they've grown nervous. There are rumors that the facilities may still have occupants or active security systems. Although no evidence of either have been found, some colonists insist enigmatically that there are shadows in the walls. Discourage the superstition that the districts represent years of effort, or why take the risk? Their only buildings have them demolished. No, we're going to go down through the madness. So this is, of course, one of the events from the Horizon Signal event, or the Horizon Signal storyline. Sorry, by the way, if this seems very rote, but at this point here, I'm really just trying to... There's not a whole lot for me to do while I'm sitting down and waiting for the bombing to happen. So I'll get the armies to sort of unite. In fact, I can start that now. Let's put you into... I can do more admin cap. It's a drop in the bucket, but... Comet sighted through belt. The population of Prophet's Retreat are currently witnessing a spectacular sight. A comet is passing through Prophet's Retreat, asteroid belt, and the effect is being described as breathtaking. that siren definitely gave me pause. I'm glad it wasn't anything serious. Oh, I'm paused. Sorry. So the overall plans here, you know, I'm kind of ignoring my economy right now, just because I can, partly because I can afford to, but partly just I'm waiting on a couple of things to materialize. Being able to get these big expanded worlds is yeah. So I might as well get the upgrades done. This is, of course, a little bit of a shame because I have ships that I want to build. Speaking of, so I need 8 battleships. Okay, that gives me a start there. I do want to finish off my fleet. So I think we were working on the destroyers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Okay, still need 2 more. But yeah, basically we're kind of sitting waiting on this war to complete. Mutagen Merchant Guild. Years just fly by, don't they, post-meta Jomar? It's now been 10 years since we arranged for a trade deal for rare crystals. Do you wish to extend the deal for another decade? Now, this is not a great time for this, but I will spend the money. And it just means I need to sell off some of the wealth that I have. Here we are very clearly doing quite well for consumer goods. I wonder what caused that. So we will sell off... I think I'm going to sell off 200 of that, actually. Might finally put us in into a profit again. For a while, anyway. I mean, that'll just drive the price through the floor, but yeah, so in this case, I'm just kind of cranking the speed up so that we can get my invasion forces in place. Once they are ready, we take the capital world. We basically take the
research concluded.
Take over the territory of a fallen empire, and then we go about vassalizing the cooperative of Benjusana. New developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. I guess we're getting close to a point where I need to consider the dark, actually researching dark matter deflectors, but I still have some research to do. Oh, nope, we've actually completed that research. All right. Now I need to remember which planet... This guy was assisting research at some point, and I do not remember which planet they were doing that on. I think I'll just let them... You know what? I'll give them automatic exploration for the next little bit. So let's see how that trade... Oh wow, we're still losing energy credits, and at a fairly consistent rate. Okay, so we've now got a 6K fleet ready, or army to land on the Celestial Throne, and of course, they don't have much in terms of defenses.
Our forces are making planetfall.
So, I'm going to distribute a little bit. I'm going to do a little housekeeping. Just got a pair of corvettes that I want to attach to the shore. Again, this isn't going to solve everything, but it does at least get me a head start on the repairs. So he's got 34. These ones need 20. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to handle the smaller the smaller needs first. Alright, so I think that's most of it. This fits perfectly. Alright, so as far as Corvettes are concerned, we've got 7 plus, what? 7 plus 15. All right, so that should take care of the Corvette needs for this fleet. I do want to make sure that my so I've got a few different operations going on right now. So these guys are working on battleships. That's good. I think I said I needed 2 more destroyers in the Quiet Dark. So let's get those out of the way right now. I'm gonna have to count that later anyway. And at this point, I should be thinking about some of the other things I can be doing. So if I do the upgrade, nice. So all of these fleets can go hit the upgrade button. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be... Doesn't mean they're actually going to get upgraded. But I can at least get them in the queue. Oh, and I still have Sky Temple to take. Oh my god, that's got a 4,000. Wow. All right. None of them are getting upgraded, huh? I guess I'm lucky it's going to take a long time to take Celestial Throne. Oh, looks like I lost some of the beasties too.
Construction completed.
I think I remember. Let's get you going for armor hull points. I believe those, they were either on Mescaban. I wonder if there's ever, oh, it could, oh no, yeah, Mescaban Prime. Oh, but we turned it into an Ecumenopolis, so that may not even count. Okay, looks like we're still max. So I'm assuming they probably just fell off the UI. I suppose the good news is it's still probably going to take a while to invade Celestial Throne. I mean, we started off with 6k strength. That's not nothing. But I think we just have, in the end, we've got the numbers to be able to push this thing through, so. I'm a little curious what the Thought Watchers, holy crap, that's a strong unit. I mean, in general, they're all strong, but I've got, you know, I've got a wall of clones to throw at them, so I'm not too worried.
Research concluded.
Okay, more administrative camp. Restructuring the managerial web linking core worlds to the capital can help alleviate the administrative stressors and information choke points that frequently arise within a budding empire. Let's say... leader lifespan. Interesting news from Prophet's Retreat, where we found those abandoned districts. A census shows too many settlers. Records on a new colony are always unreliable, but as far as we can tell, they have authentic citizen IDs, and no one on the world has suggested that they're mysterious strangers. But the birth rate must have been extraordinarily high, or we have unlicensed migration, or something. Somehow, the population is higher than we might reasonably expect. So we could say, destroy those districts, we should have done it sooner, or investigate as best as we can, keep an eye on the situation. So I have about a little under 8
Enemy
months.
planet secured.
Okay, good. A little under 8 months to be able to take the territory for myself. Wow, that's a lot of unemployment. Well, that's got to be because of the some of this has to be because of the bombing. Minus 220. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, no. Yes, it does make sense because of the devastation. Yeah. I'm gonna do what I normally do and just ignore this. Whispers and rumors concerning possible ties to organized crime have surrounded Governor Adrigma for some time now. The governor has dismissed these claims as malicious libel invented by political rivals, but recent evidence suggests that there may be more to it than that. Well, you gotta have a little corruption. So Sky Temples, yeah, I gotta have the numbers be a little more balanced before I try anything. If we went from 6,000 to 4.7, I need to make sure that I've got some slack. Looks like it's going up though, so I'm gonna land them just so that I can sort of see the overall health. That might give me an idea about what I'm working with. And it does look like the house. Well, okay. I should take a look to see whether or not the unemployment actually changes. Okay, so the number is going up. Oh, here we go. Okay. So yes, there are wounded troops. Okay, so what I'll do, we'll see what the number looks like after all of the healing happens. Once that's done, I mean, we'll have already done some bombing on the Sky Temple. Looks like we're going to have another, just disastrous amount of devastation. The one worry I have is that we'll pile up the devastation, but not really bring the numbers down in terms of the garrison. But we have swept our space with strong scanning beam at the Surveyor Relic, and previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on Abaca 1. 7 energy, so that's welcome. I should actually take a quick minute here. I've got these idle construction ships, and I feel like we've had enough scans from that item that it's time for me to bring it in also. So tidal makes sense. Coastal waves, yep. The jetty, yep. Deep sea, well, I gotta work out what I'm doing with that. Alright, so this is just going to be a quick little scan of my existing territory. So something like CAF getting the extra trade is nice, but it, in the end, I'm not really going to move the needle. But yeah, free 7 energy for Abaca, that's hard to turn down. And actually looks like the rest of it is all trade, so we've done a fairly good job of keeping that keeping on top of those extensions. Alright, a pitched battle between 2 major gangs on Ogildash was recently waged in one of the moon's biggest urban centers. The body count was in the tens of thousands on both sides. There was no clear winner. The savage fighting razed the city nearly to the ground, and most of its population were forced to flee. Alright, that's really not acceptable at this point. So crime is being caused... Okay, so crime caused by Pops, also because of my corrupt governor. Gang wars made that go up higher than it would normally do. Everybody's crowded in and unhappy. I get that. What am I going to do about it, though? I'm Nothing. That's what I'm gonna do about it. I'm gonna wait the 1,000 days to see what my space is gonna look like on that planet. Also, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have some time to get these worlds sort of built up.
Research concluded.
And that's gonna mean that I have some spare jobs available for people to take over on some of the new colony worlds. Compressing suitable materials into ultra-dense forms is a cheap and efficient way to improve their ability to absorb weapons-grade impacts. Looks like we have sort of a clean bill of health, so let's do Strikecraft. Is anybody wounded? No, so we embark. So we lost 1,000 on that invasion. So I feel like the garrison's got to at least be at 4,000 before I consider landing. I probably should wait for. I should probably wait for something better, but. So you know what? I'm impatient.
Our forces are making planetfall. Research concluded.
All right. Perfecting the firing cadence of our laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. So we're done the scans, so now we can do the dark matter deflectors. I'm doing these upgrades mostly out of curiosity. It seems like there isn't actually anything to be done about them. So 3 corvettes. Again, here I'm just trying to get my numbers where I need them. Esteemed Chairwoman Kalig Six Sheets, a decade ago, Jomar Limited pledged to support the artisan troupe, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? It's a deal. It's not one that I would really want to be taking at the moment, but as always, in a pinch I can sell off some of my goods. Although I was asleep at the switch, I feel like I should be. I feel like I should be able to pave over that consumer goods planet. Yeah. So. Arcology project. Also, I had been avoiding embiggening certain planets. Because of the influence cost. So the energy is a fairly high cost. I'm gonna slightly adjust my sails here. It's got Mastery of Nature. I wonder if I can. Okay, so I can do this multiple times. Interesting. Probably don't want to do it on the Ecumenopolis. There are definitely some worlds I want to do this on, though. I'm not going to get too carried away yet, but I definitely should have done that a lot sooner. Okay, so I've got 15 ships. Okay, you two get to know each other. You two get to know each other. Excellent. So now the Juggernaut can start thinking about how it's going to build destroyers. So I need 2, 4, so that's 6. 15, 16, 20, 26, 35. The nice thing about getting this work shipped off to the Juggernaut is that this fleet's kind of hanging around, not really doing a whole lot anyway. At some point, these guys are going to get attached to some Titans. What I'll do if I need to start putting them into... Resolution is passed. Okay, so we've got building a better tomorrow. That means I took a small hit to my habitability, but I'm not too worried about that. We also get some bonuses to economy, diplomatic weight from economy, so on and so forth. I am actually slightly curious, given my new status. Let me take my... Did I put my phone here somewhere? Sorry, guys. I know... I mean, it's calmed down a little bit in the channel anyway, so I'm sort of talking to myself at this point. But I'm going to take a moment and see... Oh, am I out of battery? Cool. Sorry, I'm trying to find... you know what? I can just use the computer calculator. So what I want to do here is get a precise... So I can usually do this stuff... I can approximate it in my head. But this isn't good enough if I want to take over the Federation from within, so... So 2395. All right, so I believe I have... I now have the majority of votes within the favorable mercantile network. Now, I'm not going to be able to... I'm not going to be able to change this while we're at war, but I am going to be able to achieve another little goal that I had. Lost to bureaucracy. Due to a major clerical error, parts of Prophet's Retreat have fallen behind in infrastructure maintenance and accommodation services. The people live in rather bleak conditions and will not tolerate it for long. Remedying these problems will cost us time and effort. So we will invest in the area. I'm actually kind of glad that I kept some influence in reserve. Okay, first priority is an energy grid for this place because we're building so many energy districts. One of the really big things for me right now is getting lots of jobs available, because I'm going to do sort of one final settling of accounts, and then my next step is going to be to convert all of the robot manufactories to other types of buildings. Now, what types of buildings those are is a whole other question, but how are we doing with the war? Managing. We're definitely getting ripped apart for some of our clones, but the waiting world, and still they come. Another update from Prophet's Retreat, where we found those abandoned facilities. The number of colonists continues to increase, and while we're finding irregularities in the records, family groups that shouldn't exist, birth dates that make no sense. There must be secret migration from a lost colony, or else some peculiar sabotage by the colonists. Peculiar, but we can always use more citizens. Monitor and continue. So the eventual plan for these fleets, the ones that don't have Titans, are going to be feeders for the for the other fleets. So I'm going to make sure that they're up to full strength. Actually, I suppose I could do that with the battleships and whatnot now, and then we'll move them to Mavel so that they can. Oh wow, we've actually already got our Titans ready. So if they've been sitting idle, they have. Drat. Okay, that's fine. So I've got 5 spare Titans. Let's see how many we need. This is not a bad little opportunity. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4 Titans. 4 Titans and 7 battleships. So all right, so the Crest of Waves is on their way to reinforce the sort of all of my fleets. And then what remains is going to become a fleet on its own. So in this case, I need 7. And okay, so that's 11 cruisers taken care of. As before, let's make sure that I've got what I need here. Oh, I was clearly mistaken, because this guy needs a Titan still. Alright. Let's just... I gotta keep my head. These guys are moving. Let's take the Titan. We'll get that where that needs to go in the quiet dark. This is already a Titan. This should be working on cruisers now. So... Alright, so what I think my job here now is, given that we're at Titan capacity, I'm gonna take a look at my cruiser needs. So we are at 7, 10, 16, 19. Okay, 19 cruisers. So I don't actually expect this to be completed. I rather suspect that I'm going to be getting the... I suspect the Juggernaut might actually wind up working on cruisers as well. But again, if I can get them... If I can get them working on the priorities that I have right away, that just lets me distribute the work a little bit more evenly and make progress a bit faster. Combat width 9. This is an even narrower problem. Oh my god, this is going to be brutal. The Thought Watchers? Yeah, I'm glad that I brought spares. Alright, dark matter deflectors. These deflectors utilize dark matter to deflect incoming projectiles in a way that seems to utterly defy the laws of nature. I guess we're back onto more mundane technologies like shield harmonics. Now, one thing I am a little curious about here is now that I go to the... Alright, so it looks like there is a better design. Whether or not it actually employs it is a whole other question. Yeah, it sure isn't here.
Research concluded.
What the hell is going on with my Corvettes? I've given them a design and they're not using it. Regimens of periodic cell revitalization treatments keep the leader class spry and active beyond traditionally expected lifespans. So here we'll do, I guess, transcendent crops. No, we'll go for the extra army points. All right, so I have no idea how long it's going to take this war to finish. This one... I mean, we're well into settling status quo territory here. This should be close. Obviously, I can end this whenever I want, but I want to actually achieve the war goal. I didn't watch my buddies die face down in the muck to... to back it in. Yeah, man, these reserves are gonna be dicey. If you look at the relative power, we're really getting whittled down because I'm just throwing clones at some of their strongest units, and really I only have the one sort of monster, like Xeno monster, but I think we'll have enough bodies to throw at them to see this through. It'd be nice if the Titan will kind of come in to mop the last of the elites. It looks like it's in play now, but it's not taken any damage. Okay. I'm feeling a bit more comfortable where we're at here. Alright, that's not surprising. We're pretty much ready to go to war again. Obviously, it'd be nice if I can get my fleets to where they need to be. Looks like there's a new proposal, Charter of Workers' Rights. I support this. I'm drowning in influence, so I really don't care that my workers get more political power. Allow organic slave trade? Absolutely not. I will veto it if I have to. And yeah, I'm not going to mess around with any resolutions. If I were to make it an emergency... Okay, yeah, so I can't just declare emergencies whenever I want.
Research concluded.
All right. Circulating excess heat from weapons discharge in order to prime munitions as they are loaded increases the rate of fire of strikecraft weaponry. So here we will... I guess we go into the defense platform damage. Okay, so we're mopping up there. We're mopping up the troops that were disengaged. I really want to see the psionic army. As soon as the psionic army goes down, I feel a lot better, given the fact that our Xeno Titan is no longer active. I am a little curious as to whether or not those were lost properly or not. But essentially what it may come down to here, like, so we're using combat width 8. That means that we really don't have anything else left on the shelf. And so a lot of this is going to be mopping up the disengaged enemies. It's entirely possible that it'll be disengaged versus disengaged. We just lost our general died while commanding the troops. I don't believe I'll be able to put down a replacement, but let's just verify that. Yep. Definitely not retreating, though.
System survey concluded.
I wasn't expecting that. And we are losing a lot of money. But almost certainly due to the naval cap. I wonder why my number just went down so much. I'm gonna need to... I think I'm gonna need to have a proper sit down and think about my finances in this game. But let's... Rising unemployment on Myville Prime. Alright, so I was trying to hold this off as long as possible. Unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on Myville Prime. The sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash in both easy marks and desperate recruits. As a temporary solution, we could increase the unemployment benefits on the planet. It will not be cheap, but it would provide additional time to seek a more permanent solution, such as creating more jobs or improving the living standards of the affected population groups. So... I've done as much as I can. I was hoping that we'd get the war. You know what? I'm actually going to push. We've pushed this far. I'm actually going to go a bit further. I am, however, going to need to sell things off to afford it. Now, if I lose my army on this, I'm going to feel a little salty, but I am curious if I still have all of my Titanic beasts. I suspect I don't, but, well, it's still not letting me build them, so. All right, yeah, so we're mopping them up. We still have, we basically still have fresh troops. The waiting world, everyone is. Further unlikely news from Prophet's Retreat, where the population has been mysteriously increasing. Population numbers are now what we'd expect, but there has been some sort of information sabotage, or what, our administrators really aren't sure. None of the individuals on the planet exists in our records. Every original colonist is missing. It's as if they've all been replaced by complete strangers. As against that, they'll swear that they're loyal citizens of Jomar Limited. They're all productive and apparently sane. In all communications, they deny all knowledge of any confusion and insist that there must be a mistake on our end. Send a team to investigate.
Situation log has been updated.
Alright, well that gives me something for my idle science ship to do. Cooperative Menjusana has leveraged their council powers to declare the Charter of Workers' Rights an emergency measure. Well, I support it. It's funny because I am about to enslave them, but I'm glad they're advancing my political aims. Again, as soon as that psionic unit's gone, I'm gonna sleep better at night. Good. All right, that was a hard-fought battle, but we just took out a fallen empire. Although the war in heaven hasn't actually started. I don't think these count as crisis units.
War report. Enemy planet secured.
All right, we're just gonna land these on Sky Temple. So, at this point, fascinating. Surely this is not updated. I'm utterly fascinated by how they think they're going to come back. Oh, wow! I wasn't paying attention at all. They've been busy. All right, well, that was unexpected, but not impossible to handle. So let's get a few things out of the way. I really thought that was going to be the end of it. Obviously, I was wasting a lot of time with my fleet, so we're going to have to chase these guys down, but gives me something to do. Trying to take care of the small ones first. I kind of lost track, so I'm just going to see how that distributes first. So I've got one need for 9. That can't be a need for 4. Maybe it is another need for 4. Okay. So I guess here, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to bring along the Juggernaut, but in this case, I guess we'll go hunting for the Adix Crusaders, who won't let me go through any of their territory. All right, yeah, and I really wanted to wait until we. I really wanted to wait until this thing was properly over, but I think at this point I am gonna have to settle things as far as employment. So for Mavel, let's start with a bang, and this is going to be basically the first planet with an available slot is selected. So 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It's always really suspicious whenever I see Meneth with an available job, but I do know the number of jobs increases as the population increases. Okay, 6, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. I'm very suspicious about this job. Well. Obviously, the messages I'm getting here are just purely because of the amount of people I'm moving. So 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. I figure the new colonies are more likely to have ruler jobs, so I'm gonna start moving the ones that are kind of feeling like stones in my shoe over there. Wow, we've almost blown through our treasury. And there's still a lot of jobs to move people to. Good news is the new colonies, oh Jesus, except for Celestial Throne, it does sort of seem like there's a bottomless appetite for jobs. Although on Celestial Throne I may not actually be able to find enough room for everyone. I do like the idea of putting robots on the formerly held religious worlds. Okay, so 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So really still 3 jobs available in Sky Temple? It doesn't look like it. Ten. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. $13. I don't have the money. Wow. All right. Menjuice I'm not touching. This is a specialist job, so let's ignore that. Okay, well. I have some good news. I'm hoping with this sudden influx of work that the energy that I'm generating spikes. I'm flabbergasted as to why I suddenly wind up with unemployment like this. I'll do an energy grid just because I really can't afford anything, afford not to at this point. Yeah, I've got so much upgrading to do. It's hard to tell what's going on with housing here. I think I'll sit on it for now. Okay, so in the main empire, well, we can afford to upgrade this one, I guess. Well, not really because of the volatile motes, but I'm upgrading it anyway. Okay, so for the empire proper, we've dealt with our unemployment problems. So now the question is, what do I want to do? Well, okay, technically we haven't because I did just embiggen a few of my planets, but let's not worry too much about that. Let's say everything goes into generator districts. So we'll replace you, and what is the most interesting thing that I could do here? I could boost my envoys, I could... Oh, Jesus, that's right. I could do the Omega alignment. You know what? That's just an interesting choice. So, yes, we'll do that. And now I don't need to worry about... In fact, I'm going to put that right at the top so I don't need to worry about bloody robots anymore. And that's going to happen on every planet. So now I need to come up with clever things to replace them with. Ideally, things that don't cost me too much. Actually, you know what? A vault of acquisitions would have been better. All right, well, that's fine. Let's say, well, this is a science planet, so there's really only one logical choice here. Even if I don't have the exotic gases to back it up. Congratulations, you got a new set of research labs. All right, Meneth has housing problems, so there's your luxury residences. People are going to need jobs. So let's just leave that be for now. On Seovis, we'll replace this with... What do I want to replace it with? Do I really not have... Okay, yes, I do have an energy nexus. I was astonished. All right. I kind of feel like being able to make up some of the losses. Yeah, okay, so let's do chemical plants and then we'll build some energy. Yeah, okay, actually some refineries are some great ideas for getting rid of these robot assembly plants. Yidra. Actually, Yidra could probably stand, given the fact that it's an administrative park, or like a bureaucratic center, and given that we are over our cap right now, replacing it with administrative offices seems like a fairly good idea. Radamario, I feel like a chemical plant makes the most sense for these guys. I might also consider changing the bin. No, see, because it's 5 manager jobs. That sucks. All right, we'll leave that be. At some point, I should also consider some military buildings. So things like military academies. Those will help me. Those will help me with the. Excuse me. The fleet, the naval cap. Although probably some policies will change that too. Okay, so let's say, okay, there's our research labs. Again, just to follow the pattern. I guess I don't really have much of an option. Research labs here as well. Vanico, I think we're going to do the same thing we did on that other one. I think when it comes down to resources that I currently have need of, things like administrative cap or, you know, fleet capacity, those will sort of take precedent. In these cases, too, when I have something like, you know, the Research Institute's such a good multiplier for research. So even though I technically don't need more research, it's kind of hard to say that that's not a good use of, you know, not a good use of the resource. Likewise here, clearly more alloy foundries on the Ecumenopolis dedicated to it is going to go further. All right, now this is a refinery world. Again, we've got plenty of space, so I suppose here I am going to do the chemical plants, but now I also need to start thinking about some other resources I'll need, namely exotic gases and possibly rare crystals, although I think exotic gases and volatile motes are going to be the name of the game. Okay, so this one's actually not done expanding yet, so I might want to be a little more thoughtful. Yeah, actually, maybe I don't want to get rid of this robot assembly plant yet. Does that make sense? Not really. So I'll get them working on a chemical plant to begin with, and I think more alloy foundries because I hate minerals, apparently. Yeah, in this case, I think I'm going to completely remove all the robot assembly plants. It's just too much of a risk. It's been a while since we've done exotic gases, so more of the same. Eublion, right, this is a bureaucratic center, so one, I can already afford to upgrade it, and because I just spent rare crystals, I will build a synthetic crystal plant instead. On Sol Prime, we kind of went research crazy on this one, so we'll hold off, although again, I definitely don't have the exotic gases to be able to support that kind of research yet. This planet is a little bit of everything, so we'll give them exotic gases, and I kind of have to give them a commercial zone. Maybe a stock market at some point. Alright, well, they got a lot of exotic gases already, so I guess we'll continue on the path, although at some point I will, I'm going to double up on my volatile motes. Okay, chemical plants and the upgrade. I should probably do it in that order to get rid of the extra robots that get built. I guess this one has to be alloys. Oh yeah, because this is going to get I'm going to turn this into an Ecumenopolis before too long. I mean, the good news is it did grow my population really quickly. The bad news is, what the hell am I doing with these food products? There's no sense in me putting this here. I'm sure I had my reasons. Okay. This did have a robot building. This is almost certainly going to get paved. Oh no, it's a Gaia world. I probably don't want to pave over the Gaia world. Although it is pretty crowded here. Alright, let's say I do have a Ministry of Production, so technically I do have better uses, but chemical plants. Surprisingly, no robots to worry about. We are short on housing. I'll give them chemical plants, and right now, I suppose out of everything, we don't need minerals right now. Okay, these ones I'm not really touching until the upgrades and all of that are done. I just want to make sure that they're not building more robots. Wait, why do you have unemployment? I can afford one upgrade. These guys are running out of space, so... Nope. I also need to figure out what I want to do with this spot. I suppose it makes as much sense as any to get it refining. Alright, so this is unemployed by design. I'm not too worried about that, although I suppose at some point I should figure out what I'm doing with the remaining slots. The best, of course, is anything that winds up generating income. Also, while I'm at it, we should probably finally hook these things into the trade network. Although I guess I can't because they closed borders on me. I think this one is just going to be, I don't care how you do it, get to the capital. We'll figure that out later. Alright, profits retreat, it's fine. This is annoying that there's a missing job, but fine. Let's just fill you full of generator districts. Yeah, this one's a conundrum. I suspect, yeah, same story with Sky Temple. Okay, so other than these two, I'm feeling pretty good. Most importantly, we're not going to have these sudden waves of unemployment. So once I wind up making some jobs for these other planets, we should be good. Now, I mean, at some point I'm probably going to need to build some more habitats because it's not like my population's going to stop growing. But I don't know. I got to take them one step at a time, I guess. I am a little annoyed, of course, that we're not wrapping up the war quite yet as quickly as I thought, because I was really hoping to subjugate the cooperative of Menjusana. But it's pretty clear. I mean, we've boxed in the Adix Crusaders. I don't think they're going to be building any new fleets out of this. Alright, I'm gonna have to deal with this sooner than I thought. Let's, at least get 10 of that out. I can't believe I still missed other places with unemployment. I don't have the money to be able to move everyone around, and we're actually we're in the black. It's been a while since we've had that. I'm gonna need to spend a lot to keep up. In terms of energy production and whatnot, but all right, I'm working with what I got here. Oh wow, we're just making too many pops. Oh no, I'm not getting the robots offline fast enough. I got too greedy. All right, that's fine. I mean, again, when I find uses for these workers, it's going to be good. It's just going to be a little. It's just going to be a little touch and go for the foreseeable. Oh wow! Actually, we're really getting back on our feet for the energy credits. That's good. All right. See, the big thing I was worried about was whether or not there's some kind of, major... Actually, I don't need to bring the full fleet for crying out loud. We really should be getting the rest of the people in place for the war. Although I guess we're all going to have to come cramming through the gateway. Oh yeah, actually this is going to be a little bit of a pain to try and get this war happening with the cooperative of Menjusana.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Okay, so let's take the river which has not been touched. Everything that's not the river. Ah! There we go. Okay, so the river will be the one to pursue the ne'er-do-wells. The rest, we can just hang out in our base. So yeah, if I try to get them... Yeah, there's no way that I can get into my own territory from that. Interesting. Technically, the Yilkahan Khanate will join into the fight when...
The special project has concluded.
When things kind of kick off with the cooperative of Menjusana, but that's fine. The Waiting World, everything and nothing. Our team reports that the population of the planet are healthy, normal, and apparently bewildered by all the fuss. There are some peculiarities, though. An unusual number of multiple births, a planet-wide syncrasy where no one has any regard for punctuality, and fluctuations in local solar radiation that are characteristic of pre-supernova stars. They also observe a number of luminosity events on the surface where light somehow appears to be accumulated and released by prismatic functions of the atmosphere. This is valuable and peculiar data, but could be coincidental. If anything has happened to the colonists, it remains a mystery. So, colonists are ours, or what will be was. Alright. Cooperative of Menjusana has started integrating. Alright, we might be able to stop that with a war before that happens. We've got our extra army damage. Let's do more crops, because then I can sell more. Shift for 100. There we go. It's probably a net loss out of that, but
research concluded.
Obviously I don't want to be going into negatives if I don't have to. Basic mechanic of ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. Doesn't really matter what, but let's get the energy credits from jobs because we need them. Cross-linking weapon systems to fire in staggered volleys improves the actual damage output of military stations over time. Strike craft damage. Alright. I think at this point I'm just gonna... I'll chase him down. I won't worry about any kind of healing or anything like that. And while we're waiting for that to work, let's try and find some employment for my people. Oh, I'm a little sorry I missed that. I thought it was gonna... I wasn't sure if it was going to be the last stand of the... last stand of the Adix Watchers. Actually, it occurred to me, those battleships that I was going to send, they're not in a good spot. Where are they? If I'm going to go to war with the Cooperative of Menjusan, I'm actually going to have a harder time than I thought. So the river, not... Okay, these are the patrollers. I need to do something about my patrollers, actually. Stream, shore, tidal. Right, okay, so the crest of waves is just kind of sitting there. So we'll put them right at the border between the two. The jetty... I think they're just waiting on their Titan. But they're still not at full strength. Oh, because they're waiting on their corvettes. Well, we can fix that. So they've got 9, so 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's a new fleet taken care of. These guys, great. Okay, so it's 20 corvettes, 20 destroyers, 34 corvettes. Obviously, I'm exploding my naval capacity here. That's not great from a finances point of view, but we'll also lose some in the coming fights. So I can work the rest out when the time comes. So the jetty is getting its work done. I'm a little surprised that I'm still short on admirals. These battleships don't have a home. That's a bit surprising. I'm going to combine these just for now. And then the first pelagic excursion, I'm going to assume I need to combine them. Yeah, they're going to get combined with something in the future, but... The end and the beginning. There is a consciousness about time and beneath space, in a labyrinthine tangle of desire and desperation. Our remote ancestors knew it as the loop, the worm in waiting. We have met it out there, where the void is tormented by gravity. It seems to have taken a personal interest in us. What was it? I've met it out there where the void is tormented by gravity. It seems to have taken a personal interest in us. There are mathematical proofs that it loves us, but love to the worm is not like love to anything that subsists in ordinary space. With all we have learned, we think that we might be able to use the Omega alignment to open an access route, an entry point for the worm to manifest in our home system. The worm is fond of beginnings, and this is ours. What consequences would this have? We have yet to find anyone who's prepared to commit to an answer. Immortality, perhaps, or apocalypse, but we would certainly learn a great deal. Oh god, perhaps the worm loves us, and perhaps we could love the worm. Or this is not a safe experiment, but we could learn so much.
Situation log has been updated.
All right. I'm not quite ready for this. I don't have a proper fleet. Are they gonna... Yeah, they're gonna make me push on to the bitter end. I'm a little surprised these guys are still hanging around. And if I want, I can activate it. It's 500, yeah. So, extra social research, cool. I can probably get my construction ship on that somewhere. Social research is probably the least useful to me right now, but that doesn't mean I'm completely indifferent to it. fascinating. So, it seems like there's no end to this particular kind of war. My real question now, I suppose, is if there is some sneaky little spot that they've taken over that I haven't noticed. So let's do contacts, communicate. Really? I should have paid much closer attention. All right, well. Your people need you once more. I'm gonna guess that we've lost... Oh no, we have one Titanic Beast. I should see if I can build more. All right. While we wait for that to happen, let's see. The Titanic Beasts really are helpful. No, huh. There's any number of reasons why I may not be able to recruit those. Oh, actually, you know what? It can make my life a hell of a lot easier if I just jump. And obviously, I somewhat hope that the Divine Posjock state does not come and crush my people. I'll maybe take a quick peek to see if these guys start moving. I am gonna panic. Although it's unlikely because the strength of the base matches. Oh, speaking of, I need a new general. Oh wow, we don't have any Jomar generals. All right. Okay, this is good that the Nebarites are not protected anymore. I'm wondering if ending this war will give my allies an incentive to wrap up their own little adventures.
Our forces are making planetfall.
There we go. All right. End of the Adix Crusaders. The ancient precursor state of the Adix Crusaders has met its final demise at the hands of its enemies. What the fall of this once great empire will mean for galactic politics remains to be seen. All right, so obviously I've got some rebellions to deal with now. Before I do anything, let's get my guys on the right side of the border. Unfortunately, I can't do the same for my main fleets. And then I need to plan what the next war is going to look like. But I'm half an hour over, and I think I really appreciate those of you who have stuck around. But I suspect I wore out my welcome a little while ago. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to I'm going to do one last little pass for jobs. And actually, what I'm going to do here is, actually, there's not an easy way of doing this. So I think I'm going to have a lot of specialist unemployment that happens as a result of getting rid of these robot manufacturers, but they'll just decay into regular jobs over time. So I'm less worried about that. What I am worried about is the Horizon Signal event. Because I don't have... what am I doing? I don't really have any way of getting the fleets where I need them to be. Okay, so it says Mavel Prime has 3. Right, okay, it's gonna decay, that's fine. I think I'll actually leave Mavel open. Okay, do they actually have 2 jobs? Yes, they do. Okay, good. So 4 housing to 7, so that's 3 more jobs, or 3 more space, but I still need enough for the next batch. Some more luxury residences. I don't think we'll have enough space, so I'm going to leave it like this for now and not upgrade that last commercial center. Okay. Again, we'll find the jobs where we can. Is there really another job on Meneth? Guess so. Again, because of the extra jobs created by pops, or the presence of pops, it's not always clear cut. But good news for me. Okay, Sol is in need of more workers. So I have another. I actually have a second plan. As far as really, okay. I have a secondary plan in terms of giving me some extra space for more workers, but I kind of wanted to do that as not a last resort, but I wanted to do that when basically when I'd reached sort of a new equilibrium. All right, so I'm short on space again. We're okay with food, although I should be selling less, so I'm okay, double-digit increases on these things. I'm fine with anything more, and it's a little silly. There's this argument for me to get the food up to the maximum values just in case, but it feels like a wasted opportunity to get some extra energy, and the energy is something I have a very clear use for right now. Although it looks like I'm gonna have to replace a farm, so we'll just go down to selling 100. All right. Join them. They're building a city district, so I'm fine there. Mescaban, it was specialist unemployment. I have got ridiculous exotic gases. I might actually need to pull back on that. Takvan, okay, so 2 legitimate unemployment without an easy way out. So let's see what we're up to. Seuvis has got 2 jobs, or at least it claims it does. Meneth now has unemployment. I always keep going to Mescaban. It's always the same reason as Weary. All right. I keep putting pops here and it keeps telling me that there's unemployment. I guess it's because it's looking for specialist employment. Or I'm misreading it one way or the other. That will not do. I feel like I just put someone on Seuvis. I can maybe get PL. Nope, even then I created unemployment. That's frustrating. That's money I'm throwing away. Okay, 3 jobs here. Theoretically 3 jobs here. I feel like this is another one of my false friends. 2. I've learned my lesson on that one. 3. We've definitely put something on you, Blian. I don't believe that for a second. Celestial's Throne still has some big unemployment problems, but I suppose at this point we can start... So, I mean, also spreading around the conquered people is not a terrible way of getting rid of the problems. So, right, so the Specialist will be taken care of there. Ublian's dealing with its housing. Joinham is dealing with its housing. These guys have failed to deal with their housing, and I also probably need to get them out of the Holo Theater business. Yeah, there's lots of stuff going wrong on this planet. But I will work with what I've got. Here, there's no reason why we should have specialist unemployment, so we'll push forward with that. In this Forge world, same idea. I probably should be putting these on the Ecumenopoli, but that'll be maybe a secondary consideration. And so this is where I kind of go crazy, because I clearly need to figure out a plan with how I'm going to handle all of this stuff. Maybe what I do here, maybe I do my usual. We're gonna go down the refining route. So I'll give them synthetic crystal plant. I'll give them a commercial zone, and to get them started off, I'll also give them a stock exchange. You know what? The stock exchange isn't a good idea right now. You know, I'll actually go for another crystal because that's one of the things that I'm behind on right now. This definitely needs an upgrade, although it's a... Okay, that's exotic gases. I think I'm going to do the same thing as before. Yeah, okay, so crystals, a commercial zone. I'm actually going to do a gas just because, just to make up what I got rid of. I think I'll do a second crystals for the sake of it, and then I might actually do... I might do the stock exchange just because the trade value is higher, but... This is my life now, just trying to find where I'm going to get my next refined good from. Problem is, this doesn't really give me a lot of employment, but it does the trick. Right, so I left this open because I feel like we're going to wind up with space problems. So let's get you... I'm already building the exotic gas refineries, so there's a commercial zone. There is... I guess I got to do crystals again for balance. And then I think I'm actually going to do another exotic. Same story. All right. Celestial Throne is the one I'm kind of panicking about. Although again, the nice thing is that sort of distributing the discontent across other worlds is a nice, unbelievable. I really get to keep that world. Ugh, I don't want it. All right. So yeah, Sky Temple and Celestial Throne have got some big unemployment problems. Specialization, not too worried about these. These ones, it's definitely structural problems. So let's deal with the Celestial Throne as best as I can, at least. Okay, so it keeps telling me that there's a job on Seubis, and I do not believe it at all now. I think I have wasted probably at least 5,000 on moving units. Where? I don't even know where this planet is. Okay, it's a technician job. I can shut up. But yeah, so one of the nice things about this is that you're distributing the conquered people across the empire, so you're not going to have that focused discontent in on one planet. I hope this isn't lying to me. This is definitely feeling too good to be true right now. Because there's definitely not 3 jobs available on... Alright, so obviously I can't do a lot about an unemployed ruler. Alright, yeah, I thought so. Alright, so what am I going to do with you? Well, first we're going to get rid of the get rid of the space problems. Can I make you even bigger? No, so we're going to have to learn to live within our means here. I can definitely see going from trade value to, well, I don't know. I'll need to think about this one a bit. One thing is for sure, there is absolutely no reason for there to be a research center on here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this one out later. I might actually just wind up moving some of the folks between the stations. Alright, so yeah, I created some unemployment problems because I wasn't paying attention. Lesson learned. Okay, so the claim is that Garam has something. And it does. Again, all of this is gonna go away. But I'm just on the last little aftershocks of my really big push for labor. And unfortunately, because my empire is so big now, it's a lot of moving parts. Okay, so that's a tell, that's a tell. I mean, some of these they may grow into employment, but better not to tempt fate, in my opinion. What am I up to now? So Savis still has the unemployment problem. So I think what I'll do is I'll find the planets that are claiming to have jobs. I will audit them, and then I will make the move. So, and in fact, if it's saying that it has a job and I see that it has unemployment, I'm not even going to consider it. All right. So Ros-Eek is apparently. Nope, I could believe it. And in fact, there's going to be a lot of opportunities that open up pretty soon. So, all right, that's about as good as I'm going to get it right now. This will get absorbed in a city district, so that's fine. Yeah, another city district, so that will be fine. Ala Megaforge, so that's fine. I do need to eventually find jobs for these people to do. This is so Schlemmer is now my new model habitat. I still need to figure out exactly what I want to do, with the remaining slots, but it's in a pretty good space. I think it's just kind of a matter of so trade goods or amenities or mining. I'm not sure which, to be honest. Both are kind of useless to me right now. This would be a model station, except for the fact that it's overcrowded. I really don't know how it got so many people on here, but it's a huge headache, not least of which because of the crime that it's creating. But we'll get through it. I've got a habitation district coming online. At that point, I'm probably going to have to make some meaningful decisions about what buildings I'm keeping. It would be nice to have the extra administrative capacity. I sort of feel that 5 bureaucrat jobs are ones that could be moved to other planets without being missed too much. You could make a similar argument for the commercial zone, which, while it is nice, perhaps on a cramped station, that is not exactly the thing that I need right now. But then the problem with getting rid of 5 specialist and 5 base jobs is I need to find other planets for them to go. So this they've kind of got me right now. Similar story with Menjus, and in fact, Menjus is particularly actually, you know what? Menjus isn't thorny anymore because as soon as I build this habitation district, the unemployment and the space goes away. So it's actually really just this station, and then of course combining it with the recently conquered worlds. Speaking of, so one last important move, which is I create a new sector on the Celestial Throne, and install a new governor. So I don't have enough money. I mean, I used to have 20k when I was doing this before, but the next step for dealing with unemployment is going to be essentially what I did to a few of these other planets. So we did the Mastery of Nature. No resettling. Essentially, or probably let's do that on a planet I haven't done it on yet. So I am getting close to my influence cap again for 2,000 energy and 100 influence, and I don't believe there's any kind of a cooldown on this thing. I can get an extra 2 districts. Those 2 districts can of course be pushed towards building basic goods like energy generators and whatnot. The other thing that's really nice about it is because it's these basic districts, the housing is taken care of as well. So in this case, I don't need to completely throw everything into turmoil as a result. Also, given the fact that I've got some crime problems, I might make a penal colony I'm not 100% sure on that yet, but I've got a couple candidate worlds in mind. Arcology projects, I believe... Oh no, looks like I can do more than one, but I do need the influence and I do need a lot of minerals. And oddly enough, we are now actually down to less than... We've certainly exploited a lot of our mineral resources already. So the one thing that I am happy about, though, is even though we are 4 over our starbase capacity, even though we are clearly testing the limits of reason with our naval capacity, we're still able to keep in our books in the black. So that's turned out reasonably well. One thing I'm a little, maybe not surprised by, I don't think the event has actually happened, but when I take a look at my, actually, you know what, I'll let the game run. So when I take a look at my scores and whatnot, no crisis ships killed. So the reason why we went after this fallen empire, of course, was the fact that I had this the fallen empire woke up, and I figured I might as well take it out while it was an easy target rather than when it was when I would be in rather vulnerable to it. Now, the fact that one of the fallen empires has died means it's much more likely that these guys are going to wake up. Now, I get along reasonably well with them. This pathetic rating is going to change very quickly if these guys wake up. And it's also really important to point out that I do not have anything even remotely close to a way, like a reliable path to get to them. So that's one worry. I have no idea what's going to happen with the continuance, and there's actually another AI. I'm near certain, and I've never been able to find it. They're all pathetic. All right. Oh, perhaps I'm wrong. All right, well, I can shut up. So no, this is apparently it. So what are the next few turns going to look like? I've now got the doors open to vassalize the cooperative of Menjusana. We must stop supporting their independence. I was not aware of the fact I was. Who are they? That doesn't make any sense. That's gotta be a mistake. Once the wars are done, I can offer them subsidiary status, at which point I will declare war and finally subjugate them. Scum and villainy on Kador Prime. Crime continues to be a problem on Kador Prime. An extensive criminal underworld has now taken root on the planet. Some areas have descended into lawlessness or have been taken over completely by criminal organizations. I actually kind of wonder where that one came from. Colony lost. We have lost administrative control of Graft to the Consolidated Klaxnian Commonalities, who controls the starbase in the Hirma system. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. I'm actually an hour over now. I said I was going to be going off about half an hour ago, but we took over one of the stagnant ascendancies. So, and I will be trying to subjugate the cooperative of Menjusana next stream. So. A lot rests on the Metron Conservators not waking up. If they wake up, I'm in a lot more trouble than I'd like to be. One thing I should probably do to try and make my life a little bit easier is I should build a bunch more armies. Because in terms of planets that I need to take over, what am I looking at here? These garrisons aren't too scary. Where's their new capital? Just trying to get something representative in terms of what their defenses might be like. Well, this one's threatened by the Econo. Maybe they'll put some 305. All right. I mean, my armies don't actually have that much to be worried about. I would be interested in seeing what their fleets look like, but yeah, I mean, the trick on this one is I need to get in. I need to take over the systems. There's a lot of planets that I'm going to need to subjugate to be able to enforce my demands. But assuming that I can do it in a period of time that doesn't require them to, that doesn't get me sort of forcing, with this forced status quo, I get to add a nice big chunk of a rival, formerly an advanced start, in fact, into my empire. And then, of course, when we stop fighting with the Neberites, I believe they will be willing to be vassalized by us, unless, I mean, definitely the opinion has fallen because of the war. Actually, yeah, it's less likely that this is. It's less likely that this is going to work out. The Stwani really hurt us on this. Oh, well, thank you for stopping by and saying hi, Isabson. I'm always really happy to see you here. Now, the last big development has been that we've finally gotten, and I mean, now this is just, like, this is ridiculous. You know, our strength is so big that, you know, we're... at this point, I don't even really think it matters that... I don't even really think that it matters that people oppose it. I'm pretty sure that I can, you know, I can just force this through because of the vote weight. We'll see. I mean, that'll be an interesting test of the Federation system, I suppose. But my plans for the Federation will basically be succession type strongest, succession term status change. You know, then we make president decides for both war declaration and invite members. Probably by then we should hopefully be up to level 5. Right now we are generating the surplus cohesion to get the level up, but I know the more aggressive I get, once I start turning it into sort of my private, once I start turning it into my, hey Talwyn, how you doing? I'm just wrapping up actually, but it's always good to see you. So right now we've got all of my envoys working on the Federation. I'll put the last one in there, but I think if I get too aggressive, the cohesion's going to fall apart, and the Federation's going to regress. So the max centralization, I can get away with max centralization for sure, and I can get by with strongest. Oh no, actually, yeah. So centralization 5, strongest status change, yes. But I would need additional envoys to be able to do president decides. Actually, you know, if I do majority vote, and it goes by diplomatic vote weight, then effectively it becomes president decides because I have the largest. Okay, so this is a way I can sneak in. Kick member president decides. I think I could get by because it's a half point. The only drawback here is that I wouldn't be able to push in fleet. Actually, you know what? I would be able to. So let's work out the exact numbers here. So I add another envoy, and I get, assuming that nobody else moves, which is actually a pretty big assumption. So we get 2.85. So 1.85 at maximum centralization, 0.85 at strongest succession type, 0.60 for 0.35 for kick members. All right, so depending on depending on the exact details of the envoy counts, we could get by with a pretty much dictatorial control over the favorable mercantile network, and still be able to enforce some fleet contribution. One of the drawbacks with this, of course, is that that's also part of my contribution. And the fact of the matter is my allies' navies are not actually that impressive. So whether or not I actually want to do that, I don't know. Like I've definitely, like, I've surpassed the usefulness of this federation for sure. But it really is nice to have the extra money from the trade style and whatnot. So one of the things I might wind up trying is, like, at some point kicking out the Istwani polity and turning them into a vassal. Cooperative of Menjusana, I'll force vassalize. If I can get the Nebarites as a subject, then Divine Pozjok State is a logical extension. And what's nice about that too is that actually sets up the next batch of possible expansions. So depending how I feel about it, if I can integrate the Great Istwani polity, then it makes sense to incorporate the Mandate of Vulu Umu. We're also enemies with the Zydran free traders, and so I can consider trying to work with them. Of course, there'll be a shared border if I wind up incorporating the Cooperative of Menjusana over on this side. Alternatively, I can say, okay, Akano, I'm going to do what I did with the Great Istwani polity. You get booted out. I give you an offer you can't refuse. They're vassalized, and there's definitely a lot of stuff that I can just start eating up. The biggest argument would be to try and take over the Istwani polity just because they are next door to the Conseviers. And that is something I'm actually worried about. If these guys waking up at an inconvenient time means that they're going to get a lot of time to be able to build up their armies or their navy. And obviously, if I can strangle them in the cradle right now, that would be best. I believe if I were to, so they're not a threat. So I would need to get some kind of a claim or Casaspelli. Anyways, that's more than enough for me to chew on for the next little while. We are currently at 2423, so of course the game ends in 2500. I am going to feel particularly foolish if one of the other endgame events triggers, because I've already invested a lot into taking out the fallen empires, but I suppose that's what I get for being a little overeager if that so happens. And then really, there's a side of me at this point where I really just want this nonsense to be over. Like it's incredibly inconvenient for me that the
construction completed,
that the war is still going on. In both cases. One, because this is someone I was originally going to vassalize, and two, because it seems to be preventing me from doing my war declarations and whatnot. Although, again, it's entirely possible that, because it says, we're supporting their independence, for which there does not seem to be any evidence whatsoever, or actually, you know what, maybe it's because I'm guaranteeing the independence of the new Yilkahan. I bet that's what it is. probably easier if I just look at my own status. Where am I? Sorry, I'm feeling really tired now. I should have just ended it rather than... Okay, so we're at war with these guys. Favorite mercantile network. Rivals... Makes sense. Commercial pact makes sense. Only these guys, huh? I don't think that's right. Supporting the independence of the... Alright. So that's fine. Aha! These guys are being integrated. So, yeah, I bet if I revoke the support, that will be what unhooks this for me. Of course, the drawback is that I can't do the offer. I can't offer them subsidy status until the wars are done. So there's no point in me doing that. But I bet that's what the, what that whole business about the independences. One last consideration that I can't remember if I mentioned or not, but my ships are all in terrible places, which is going to make it very inconvenient when fighting the cooperative of Menjusana, but I'm not that worried because they're weak and I don't even know where their ships are. A problem to deal with next week, let's say. But as always, thank you everybody for watching. Actually, sorry, there's a few more people than there were in the last hour, so I'm sorry if the hours aren't working too well for you. I actually have a lot to do with work, so where normally I would like to do lots of extra time, I'm really trying to thread the needle in terms of all of my obligations. But it won't last forever. I'd love it if you'd hang around for a little bit. I'll just try and find somebody to host. There are a couple of details to share, which I should have maybe brought up at the beginning of the cast. So there will be another Elder Scrolls Morrowind episode on tomorrow, starting at 7 o'clock Eastern. Those are a little bit better at starting on time because they just require me to hit a button to start broadcasting. Yeah, if you want to hang out and watch those. But it is also worth mentioning that I'm going to be joining Apocalypse's channel with their podcast. I think it's called Pointless Discourse or something like that. So it's a proper podcast where they put it up on a podcasting app, and that I will share the link when I have it. I believe Apocalypse, her Twitter account has shared it, but it seems like a good time. I was very grateful to be invited. Apparently I'm going to be the first guest, and the topic that we'll be talking about is something that I'm actually very interested in sharing with you. So for those of you that'll be starting at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So for those of you who are watching the Morrowind thing and you want to finish that, I'm sure the podcast will probably be over by the time the Morrowind episode's done. But for those of you who just stay for me, I'll be stepping out of chat from that to participate in the podcast. And then for those of you who just like the live stuff, I will be back on Wednesday, and I kind of owe everyone some Cultist Simulator. So we'll be doing Cultist Simulator on Wednesday. We finished Outer Wilds on Friday, so there'll be a new game, or rather returning to some old games that I need to finish. That'll be happening on Friday. And then Monday we're back to Stellaris, where we do all this all over again. So I hope you all have a good evening. I think I've not hosted them for a while, but Eyes of Sin is in the channel, so I will host Elegy, who is currently streaming Paper Mario. A couple people I will encourage you to check out: Melee Mage, Meele Mage. He's currently playing Brigadine. And then there's also Rainbow Lightbright, who is currently playing Smite. Rainbow Lightbright is spelled Rainbwlitebrite, so not a proper spelling of rainbow. I really enjoyed watching her play World of Horror, and I think it's called Coffee Talk. Right now she's playing Smite, which is not 100% my sort of thing. And Eyes of Sin made me feel really happy by stopping by. So she mods for Elegy. I will leave you in his capable hands this evening, and hope you all have a good one. Oh, right, that's not allowed to raid. He's got raids disabled, so I'm gonna have to just do a regular host. But I hope you have fun, one way or the other. Have a good one.